In the center of Auschwitz I, surrounded by brick barracks and ordered rows that suggest structure and routine, stood a building that operated differently from all others, known as Block 11. From the outside, it appeared similar to the rest of the camp's architecture, another controlled space within a controlled system. But as one looks closer, it becomes evident that this block functioned with a distinct purpose, one that separated it from the broader patterns of daily life around it. Block 11 was not defined by labor, nor by the repetition of routine in the same way as other areas. Instead, it represented a concentrated space of confinement within confinement, a place where the system of control became more direct, more immediate, and more isolated from the wider camp structure. As this develops, it becomes clear that this building operated as an internal prison, where individuals were placed under stricter conditions, removed from the visible flow of the camp, and subjected to a different level of oversight and restriction. As one considers the environment inside Block 11, the structure itself begins to shape the experience. Narrow corridors, enclosed cells, and limited light created a setting where space felt more contained, more defined, and more controlled than elsewhere in the camp. The movement that characterized daily life outside was reduced here, replaced by stillness, waiting, and separation. And as this contrast becomes more apparent, Block 11 can be understood not just as a building, but as a system within a system, one designed to isolate, to enforce, and to maintain authority in its most concentrated form. Before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters, and together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The position of Block 11 within the camp. As one considers the structure of Auschwitz I, it becomes evident that each building within the camp was positioned with intention, forming a layout that supported movement, observation, and control, and as this develops, the placement of Block 11 within this environment reveals its unique function, where its location was not isolated from the camp, but integrated into its central structure, yet distinguished by the role it played, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that Block 11 stood within a space that was both accessible and controlled, positioned near other administrative and functional buildings, allowing it to remain connected to the broader system while maintaining its distinct purpose, and this proximity ensured that it was not hidden from the structure of the camp, but rather embedded within it, reinforcing the idea that its function was part of the overall operation rather than separate from it. And as this develops further, the surrounding environment becomes significant, where open courtyards, internal roads, and the alignment of barracks created a setting in which movement could be directed and observed, and within this setting, Block 11 existed as a focal point of a different kind of activity, one that did not follow the same patterns of labor or routine. And as we consider the physical presence of the building, it becomes evident that its exterior did not immediately distinguish it from others with similar construction and form, yet its function gave it a different meaning within the system, and this contrast between appearance and purpose contributed to its role, where it blended into the environment while serving a specialized function. And as this develops, the concept of internal differentiation becomes clear, where the camp was not uniform in experience, but contained spaces that operated under different conditions, and Block 11 represented one of the most defined examples of this differentiation, where the structure of confinement was intensified within a single building. And as one reflects on the relationship between location and function, it becomes evident that the positioning of Block 11 allowed for direct access from other areas of the camp, facilitating the movement of individuals into and out of the building according to administrative decisions, and this accessibility reinforced its integration into the system, where it functioned as a destination within the established patterns of movement. And as this develops further, the concept of visibility becomes increasingly significant, where the building's placement allowed it to remain within the field of observation, both for those in positions of authority and for others within the camp, and this visibility contributed to its role as a space associated with heightened control, where its presence alone reinforced the structure of the system, and as we consider the sensory aspects of its location, it becomes evident that the surrounding environment carried the same patterns of sound and movement found throughout the camp, yet the activities associated with Block 11 introduced a different dimension, where movement toward the building and the presence of guards created a distinct pattern within the overall rhythm, and as this develops, the relationship between the building and the broader camp becomes more defined, where Block 11 can be understood as a central point within a network of structures, each contributing to the operation of the camp in different ways, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes clear that the placement of Block 11 was not incidental, but deliberate, designed to ensure that it functioned as part of the system while maintaining its specialized role, and thus the position of Block 11 within Auschwitz reveals how space, structure, and function were combined to create an environment where different forms of control could operate simultaneously within a unified framework. As the understanding of Block 11's position within the camp deepens, its integration into the broader system becomes more apparent, and it becomes evident that its placement influenced not only how it functioned administratively but also how it was perceived within the daily experience of those present in the camp. And as this develops, the concept of spatial awareness becomes increasingly significant, where individuals moving through the camp would encounter Block 11 as part of their environment, recognizing its presence within the network of buildings and understanding its role through observation and routine, and this awareness was shaped by repetition, where the consistent layout of the camp allowed for familiarity with locations, creating a mental map through which individuals navigated daily life, and within this map, Block 11 occupied a distinct position, associated with a different set of conditions and expectations, and as one reflects on this process, it becomes clear that the building's proximity to central areas reinforced its importance, where its location ensured that it remained connected to the administrative core of the camp, allowing for efficient coordination between different functions, and as this develops further, the relationship between movement and destination becomes significant, where the paths leading to Block 11 followed the same structured routes used throughout the camp, integrating its function into the broader patterns of daily activity. And this integration ensured that the building did not operate in isolation, but as part of the continuous flow of the system, and as we consider the sensory environment associated with this movement, it becomes evident that the approach to Block 11 carried a distinct atmosphere shaped by the presence of guards, the organization of space, and the controlled nature of access, and this atmosphere contributed to the perception of the building as a place where different rules applied, even though it remained within the same physical framework as other structures, and as this develops, the concept of boundary becomes increasingly important, where the transition from the open spaces of the camp into the enclosed environment of Block 11 marked a shift in experience, and this shift was defined not only by physical barriers but by the change in conditions and expectations associated with the space, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the position of Block 11 allowed it to function as a point of transition within the camp where individuals moved from one set of conditions into another, reinforcing the layered nature of the system, and as this develops further, the role of observation becomes more apparent where the visibility of the building and the activities associated with it contributed to a broader awareness of its function, even among those who did not directly enter it, and this awareness played a role in shaping the perception of the camp as a whole, where different spaces were understood in relation to one another, and as we consider the long-term significance of this placement, it becomes clear that the integration of Block 11 into the camp's layout allowed it to remain a consistent and functional part of the system as the camp evolved, providing a stable location for its specific role, and thus the position of Block 11 within Auschwitz can be understood not only as a matter of physical placement, but as a reflection of how the camp structure was designed to support multiple layers of operation, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within it. Chapter 1, Segment 2: Exterior Appearance and Controlled Access. As one continues to consider the role of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, its exterior appearance becomes an important point of reflection, and it becomes evident that the building did not immediately distinguish itself through dramatic architectural differences, but instead maintained a visual consistency with the surrounding barracks, and as this develops, the concept of uniformity emerges as a defining feature of the camp's design, where buildings shared similar construction materials, proportions, and layouts, creating an environment in which structures appeared orderly and consistent when viewed from a distance, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this uniformity contributed to a sense of cohesion within the camp, where each building formed part of a larger system rather than standing out as an isolated entity, and yet within this consistency, Block 11 carried a distinct purpose that was not immediately visible from its exterior, and this contrast between appearance and function becomes increasingly significant, where the building's role was defined not by how it looked, but by how it operated, and as this develops further, the physical features of the exterior begin to reveal subtle differences, where reinforced windows, limited openings, and controlled entry points created an environment that suggested restriction even within the broader uniformity, and these elements, while not altering the overall appearance drastically, indicated that access to the building was managed in a more deliberate and controlled manner, and as we consider the spatial arrangement around Block 11, it becomes evident that its immediate surroundings contributed to this sense of control, where the courtyard area adjacent to the building created a defined space that separated it from the general flow of movement, and this separation allowed for activities associated with the building to occur within a contained environment, reinforcing its function as a space of internal confinement, and as this develops, the concept of controlled access becomes central, where entry into Block 11 was not part of ordinary movement within the camp, but required direction and authorization, distinguishing it from other buildings that were accessed through routine activities such as work or living arrangements, and as one reflects on this process, it becomes clear that the exterior of the building served as a boundary between the general environment of the camp and the more restricted conditions within, and this boundary was both physical and procedural, where the structure itself, combined with the presence of guards and the organization of space, ensured that access remained limited and regulated. And as this develops further, the sensory aspects of the exterior environment become significant, where the presence of controlled entry points, the positioning of guards, and the arrangement of the courtyard created a distinct atmosphere that differed from the more open movement found in other areas, and this atmosphere contributed to the perception of Block 11 as a place where the rules of routine were replaced by stricter forms of control. And as one considers the broader implications, it becomes evident that the exterior appearance of Block 11, while consistent with the camp's overall design, functioned as a subtle indicator of its specialized role, where the combination of uniformity and restriction created a space that was both integrated and distinct, and thus the examination of the building's exterior reveals how design and function were combined to create an environment where control was both visible and concealed within the broader structure of Auschwitz. As the examination of Block 11's exterior continues, the concept of controlled access becomes more clearly defined through the interaction between structure, movement, and authority, and it becomes evident that the building's function required a system in which entry and exit were carefully regulated, ensuring that its role as a space of intensified confinement remained consistent within the broader camp environment, and as this develops, the pathways leading to Block 11 become increasingly significant, where internal roads and designated routes guided movement toward the building, aligning it with the structured flow of the camp while maintaining its restricted nature, and this alignment allowed the building to remain connected to the overall system without becoming part of the routine circulation experienced by most individuals. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the act of approaching Block 11 was itself a transition, where movement shifted from the general patterns of the camp to a more controlled and directed process, and this transition was reinforced by the presence of authority, where guards and administrative oversight ensured that access occurred according to defined procedures, and as this develops further, the role of observation becomes increasingly important, where the positioning of the building within visible areas of the camp allowed for continuous monitoring of those entering and exiting, reinforcing the system of control that governed its operation, and this visibility ensured that the boundaries associated with the building were maintained not only through physical barriers but through the awareness of oversight. And as we consider the sensory environment associated with controlled access, it becomes evident that the approach to Block 11 carried a distinct pattern where movement was more deliberate, interactions were more regulated, and the atmosphere reflected a higher level of restriction compared to other areas, and this pattern contributed to the perception of the building as a space set apart within the camp, even though it remained physically integrated into its layout. And as this develops, the concept of boundary becomes more defined, where the threshold of Block 11 represented a point at which the conditions of the environment changed, and this change was marked not only by physical entry into the building but by the shift in structure and expectation that accompanied it, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the system of controlled access played a crucial role in maintaining the function of Block 11, ensuring that its use remained consistent and aligned with the objectives of the camp's administration, and as this develops further, the relationship between exterior and interior becomes increasingly interconnected, where the design of the outside space supported the conditions within, creating a cohesive system that reinforced the building's purpose. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the controlled access to Block 11 allowed it to function effectively as a distinct component of the camp structure, providing a stable and regulated environment that could operate alongside the broader systems of routine and labor, and thus the examination of exterior appearance and access reveals how the physical and procedural elements of the camp work together to create spaces with specific functions, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within Auschwitz. Chapter 1, Segment 3, Entry, Threshold, and the Transition into Block 11. As one continues to examine the role and structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the moment of entry into the building emerges as a critical point of transition, and it becomes evident that this transition was not defined by a single physical action, but by a gradual shift in environment, perception, and structure, where the movement from the open spaces of the camp into the enclosed interior of the building marked a change that was both spatial and experiential, and as this develops, the concept of a threshold becomes central, where the entrance to Block 11 functioned as a boundary between two different conditions, one defined by the broader routines of the camp, and the other by a more contained and restricted system of confinement. And as one reflects on this process, it becomes clear that the act of approaching the entrance already signaled a change, where movement became more directed, more observed, and more controlled, aligning with the surrounding courtyard and the positioning of guards, created a setting in which the transition began even before the doorway was crossed. And as this develops further, the physical characteristics of the entrance become significant, where doors, walls, and limited openings created a sense of enclosure, reducing the visual and spatial openness that defined much of the camp's exterior, and this reduction in openness contributed to the perception of entering a different kind of space, one where the environment itself imposed a greater degree of restriction. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this moment, it becomes evident that the transition was accompanied by changes in light, sound, and movement, where the open atmosphere of the camp gave way to a more enclosed setting, with narrower passages, reduced natural light, and a quieter, more contained soundscape. And these changes reinforced the shift in experience, where the environment communicated its function through both physical and sensory means, and as this develops, the relationship between entry and awareness becomes increasingly significant, where individuals, through observation and experience, understood that crossing into Block 11 represented a departure from the patterns of daily routine, and this understanding shaped how the transition was perceived, where the threshold became more than a physical boundary but a point of change within the structured system, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the design of the entrance served to reinforce the building's role, creating a clear distinction between interior and exterior conditions, and as this develops further, the process of movement through the entrance becomes part of the overall system of control, where access was not only restricted but structured in a way that ensured consistency and order. And as we consider the interaction between space and function, it becomes clear that the threshold of Block 11 was designed to support its purpose as a place of intensified confinement, creating an environment in which the transition into the building was marked, controlled, and significant, and thus the examination of entry reveals how the movement into Block 11 was shaped by both physical design and procedural structure, reinforcing its role within the broader system of Auschwitz. As the transition into Block 11 continues beyond the initial threshold, the interior environment begins to define the experience more fully, and it becomes evident that the shift from exterior to interior was not abrupt but progressive, where each step deeper into the building reinforced the sense of separation from the broader camp. And as this develops, the concept of interior space becomes increasingly significant, where the arrangement of corridors, rooms, and enclosed areas created a structured environment that differed from the open layout outside, and this structure influenced movement where paths became narrower, directions more defined, and the ability to move freely more limited, and as one reflects on this process, it becomes clear that the interior of Block 11 functioned as a system of its own, where each space was connected yet distinct, contributing to a layered experience of confinement, and as this develops further, the role of light and visibility becomes more apparent, where the limited openings and enclosed design reduced natural light, creating an atmosphere that was more subdued and controlled, and this change in lighting conditions influenced perception, where the environment felt more contained and less expansive, reinforcing the building's function. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the interior carried a different set of sounds and movements, where the openness of the camp was replaced by a more concentrated soundscape, defined by proximity and enclosure, and this concentration contributed to the overall atmosphere, where the experience of space was shaped by the interaction between physical structure and sensory input, and as this develops, the concept of separation becomes central, where the interior environment created a clear distinction from the outside world of the camp, not through distance, but through design and structure, and this separation was both physical and perceptual, where the enclosed nature of the building limited visibility and movement, creating a sense of isolation within the larger system, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the transition into Block 11 was designed to reinforce its role as a space of intensified control, where the environment itself contributed to the experience of confinement, and as this develops further, the relationship between entry and adaptation becomes significant, where individuals entering the building had to adjust to its conditions, learning to navigate the enclosed spaces and structured movement within, and this adaptation was shaped by observation, where the consistent layout and repetition of movement provided a framework for understanding the environment, and as we consider the long-term significance of this transition, it becomes clear that the entry into Block 11 represented more than a physical movement, but a shift into a different operational space within the camp, one that functioned according to its own set of conditions while remaining part of the broader system, and thus the examination of entry and interior transition reveals how space, structure, and perception were combined to create a distinct environment within Auschwitz, shaping both the experience and the function of Block 11 as a key component of the camp's overall design. Chapter 2, Segment 1. Interior Layout and Spatial Organization. As one moves beyond the threshold of Block 11 inside Auschwitz I, the internal layout begins to define the experience more fully, and it becomes evident that the structure of the building was organized with a clear emphasis on containment, separation, and controlled movement, and as this develops, the concept of spatial organization emerges as a central feature, where each section of the building was arranged to support its function as a place of intensified confinement, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the interior was not designed for open or flexible use, but for structured and directed activity, where corridors served as primary pathways, linking a series of enclosed rooms, and cells that were positioned along defined lines, and this linear arrangement created a sense of order where movement could be guided and monitored with consistency, and as this develops further, the role of corridors becomes increasingly significant, where these narrow passageways acted as the main channels of movement within the building, connecting entry points to interior spaces while limiting the range of direction available. and this limitation reinforced the controlled nature of the environment, where individuals could not move freely but were directed along predetermined paths. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the enclosed nature of these corridors created a distinct atmosphere where sound, light, and movement were concentrated within a confined space, and this concentration contributed to the perception of the environment as structured and contained, and as this develops, the arrangement of rooms and cells along these corridors becomes more apparent, where each space was separated by solid walls and accessed through controlled entry points, creating a series of individual compartments within the broader structure, and this compartmentalization played a key role in defining the function of the building, where separation was used to organize and manage the individuals within it, and as one reflects on the relationship between layout and control, it becomes evident that the design of Block 11 allowed for both oversight and restriction, where the linear arrangement of spaces enabled those in positions of authority to monitor movement and activity while maintaining clear boundaries between different areas, and as this develops further, the concept of vertical organization becomes significant, where the building's multiple levels created an additional layer of structure, dividing space into distinct zones that could be used for different purposes, and this vertical separation reinforced the idea that the building functioned as a system within itself, where each level contributed to the overall operation. And as we consider the interaction between horizontal and vertical organization, it becomes clear that the design of Block 11 combined these elements to create a comprehensive spatial framework where movement was guided both along corridors and between levels, ensuring that all activity remained within the controlled structure. And as this develops, the process of adaptation becomes important, where individuals entering the building had to navigate this layout, learning to understand the arrangement of corridors, rooms, and levels through observation and repetition, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the design, where the repetition of similar spaces created a predictable environment even within the constraints imposed, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the interior layout of Block 11 was not incidental but carefully structured to support its role within the camp, creating a space where control, separation, and organization were integrated into the physical design, and thus the examination of spatial organization reveals how the building's interior functioned as a key component of its overall purpose, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within it. As the understanding of Block 11's interior layout deepens, the relationship between spatial organization and daily function becomes increasingly clear, and it becomes evident that the arrangement of corridors, rooms, and levels was not only a matter of structure but also a reflection of how the building operated as part of the larger system of the camp. And as this develops, the concept of controlled segmentation becomes central, where the division of space into smaller units allowed for a more precise management of movement and presence, and this segmentation ensured that individuals within the building were distributed across different areas in a way that aligned with the building's purpose. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the separation of spaces created distinct zones within the interior, each with its own conditions and level of restriction, and this zoning contributed to the layered nature of the environment, where the experience of one space differed from another, even within the same building. And as this develops further, the role of access points becomes significant, where doors and entryways between rooms and corridors functioned as controlled transitions, regulating movement from one area to another, and these transitions reinforced the structured nature of the building, where progression through space was guided and limited, and as we consider the sensory aspects of these transitions, it becomes evident that moving from one area to another involved noticeable changes in light, sound, and spatial perception, where the enclosed design created variations that influenced how each space was experienced, and this variation contributed to the overall complexity of the interior environment. And as this develops, the concept of orientation becomes increasingly important, where individuals navigating the building had to rely on repeated exposure to understand its layout, and this understanding was shaped by the consistency of the design, where similar corridors and rooms created patterns that could be recognized over time, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that this process of orientation was part of the adaptation required to exist within the building, where familiarity with the layout allowed for a more predictable navigation of the environment, even within its constraints. And as this develops further, the relationship between layout and oversight becomes more apparent, where the structured arrangement of spaces allowed for effective monitoring of activity, ensuring that movement and presence remained within the boundaries defined by the system, and this oversight was supported by the design itself, where clear lines of movement and controlled access points created an environment in which observation could be maintained consistently. And as we consider the interaction between spatial organization and the broader camp structure, it becomes clear that Block 11 functioned as a specialized component within a larger network of buildings, where its internal layout reflected its distinct role while remaining aligned with the principles of order and control that defined the camp as a whole. And as this develops, the process of integration becomes evident, where the building's interior structure supported its function within the overall system, allowing it to operate as a contained yet connected space. And as one reflects on the long-term significance of this design, it becomes clear that the spatial organization of Block 11 provided a stable framework for its continued operation, ensuring that its role could be maintained consistently over time, and thus the examination of interior layout reveals how space was used as a tool of structure, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within Block 11, and reinforcing its position as a distinct and controlled space within Auschwitz. Chapter 2, Segment 2. Cells, Corridors, and the Organization of Confinement. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the arrangement of cells along the corridors becomes increasingly central to understanding how confinement was organized, and it becomes evident that the building's interior was not only defined by its overall layout but by the specific design of these smaller enclosed spaces, which together formed the core of its function. And as this develops, the concept of compartmentalization emerges more clearly, where each cell represented a separate unit within the larger structure, allowing for individuals to be held within defined boundaries that limited movement, visibility, and interaction. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the corridors served as the primary organizing axis, linking these cells together in a linear sequence that allowed for controlled access and observation. And this linearity created a predictable pattern, where each cell followed a similar form and position, reinforcing the uniformity of the environment. And as this develops further, the physical characteristics of the cells become significant, where solid walls, narrow openings, and reinforced doors created a space that emphasized enclosure, and these features contributed to the sense of separation, where each cell functioned as an individual compartment isolated from others. yet still connected through the shared corridor. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the enclosed nature of the cells created a distinct environment within each space, where light was limited, sound was contained, and movement was restricted, and this environment contrasted with the corridor outside, which, though also enclosed, allowed for controlled passage and connection between spaces, and as this develops, the relationship between cells and corridors becomes increasingly important, where the corridor functioned as the central point of coordination, guiding movement and providing access to each cell, while the cells themselves represented points of containment within this system, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that this arrangement allowed for a high degree of organization, where individuals could be distributed across multiple spaces while maintaining a consistent structure, and as this develops further, the concept of controlled interaction becomes apparent, where the design of the cells limited direct contact between individuals, reinforcing separation, while the shared corridor created a point of indirect connection through proximity, and as we consider the role of repetition, it becomes clear that the uniform design of the cells contributed to a predictable environment, where the similarity of spaces allowed for a consistent experience across different areas of the building, and this predictability supported the overall structure, ensuring that the building functioned as a cohesive system, and as this develops, the process of adaptation becomes significant, where individuals within the building had to adjust to the confined nature of the cells and the structured movement of the corridors, learning to navigate the environment through observation and repetition, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the organization of cells and corridors formed the foundation of Block 11's internal structure, shaping both the physical environment and the experience of confinement within it. As the examination of cells and corridors continues, the deeper relationship between spatial design and the experience of confinement becomes more apparent, and it becomes evident that the organization of these elements was not only functional but also influential in shaping awareness and perception within the building, and as this develops, the concept of spatial limitation becomes central, where the boundaries of each cell define the extent of movement and interaction, creating an environment in which individuals were contained within clearly defined spaces, and this containment was reinforced by the solid construction of walls and the controlled nature of doorways, which regulated access and movement between the corridor and the cells, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the corridor served as both a point of connection and control, where it linked the individual cells while maintaining the structure of the system, and this dual function allowed the building to operate efficiently, where movement could be directed and monitored without disrupting the separation between spaces, and as this develops further, the role of perception becomes increasingly significant, where the repetition of similar cells along the corridor created a visual and spatial pattern that reinforced the sense of uniformity, and this pattern contributed to the overall atmosphere of the building, where the environment felt structured and consistent, even as it imposed limitations on those within it, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the experience of moving through the corridor involved a sequence of repeated visual and spatial cues, where each doorway, wall, and passage mirrored the next, creating a rhythm that defined the interior environment, and this rhythm influenced how individuals perceived the space, where familiarity with the pattern allowed for a form of orientation within the constrained setting, and as this develops, the concept of controlled visibility becomes apparent, where the design of the cells and corridors limited the range of sight, ensuring that individuals could only see a portion of the environment at any given time, and this limitation contributed to the sense of separation, where each space existed as part. Broader implications, it becomes evident that the organization of cells and corridors played a crucial role in maintaining the function of Block 11, providing a structured environment in which confinement could be managed with consistency and control, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more complex, where individuals within the building had to interpret and navigate the spatial limitations imposed by the design, using observation and repetition to understand the layout and anticipate movement within the system, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the environment, where the repetition of spatial patterns allowed for the development of familiarity, even within the constraints imposed. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the organization of cells and corridors provided a stable framework for the operation of Block 11, ensuring that its role within the camp could be maintained effectively over time, and thus the examination of these elements reveals how spatial design was used to create a controlled and structured environment, shaping both the physical conditions and the perceptual experience of those within Block 11, and reinforcing its position as a distinct and integral part of Auschwitz's overall system. Chapter 2, Segment 3: Vertical Levels and the Separation of Space. As one continues to examine the interior structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the vertical organization of the building becomes increasingly significant, and it becomes evident that the division of space across multiple levels added another layer to the system of confinement, where separation was not only achieved through walls and corridors, but also through the arrangement of floors that created distinct zones within the same structure. And as this develops, the concept of vertical separation can be understood as a method of organizing space in a way that allowed different conditions and functions to exist within a single building, each level contributing to the overall operation while maintaining its own characteristics. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that movement between levels was carefully controlled, where stairways and access points acted as transitions that regulated how individuals moved from one floor to another, and this regulation reinforced the structured nature of the environment, where progression through space was guided and limited at every stage. And as this develops further, the distinction between levels becomes more apparent, where each floor carried its own spatial configuration, influenced by factors such as the arrangement of rooms, the availability of light, and the degree of enclosure, and these differences created variations in how space was experienced even within the same building. And as we consider the sensory aspects of vertical organization, it becomes evident that moving between levels involved noticeable changes in perception, where shifts in light, sound, and spatial openness created a sense of transition, reinforcing the idea that each level represented a separate zone within the overall structure. And as this develops, the role of the lower level becomes particularly significant, where the design often included more enclosed and restricted spaces, emphasizing the function of confinement through reduced visibility and limited movement. And this contrast with upper levels contributed to a layered experience, where the building could contain multiple environments within its vertical structure. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that vertical separation allowed for a more complex organization of space, where different conditions could be maintained simultaneously, supporting the building's role as a specialized area within the camp. And as this develops further, the concept of controlled transition becomes central, where movement between levels was not part of ordinary circulation but occurred under specific conditions, reinforcing the boundaries between different zones. And as we consider the relationship between vertical organization and overall structure, it becomes clear that the use of multiple levels allowed Block 11 to function as a self-contained system, where each floor contributed to the building's purpose while remaining connected through controlled pathways, and as this develops, the process of adaptation becomes increasingly significant, where individuals within the building had to understand not only the horizontal layout of corridors and cells but also the vertical arrangement of space, learning to navigate transitions between levels through observation and repetition. And this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the design, where repeated patterns within each level provided a framework for understanding the environment. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the vertical organization of Block 11 added depth to its structure, creating a multi-layered environment that reinforced its function as a place of intensified confinement, and thus the examination of vertical levels reveals how the division of space across different floors contributed to the overall system, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within it. As the understanding of vertical organization deepens, the relationship between levels and the experience of confinement becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the separation of space across different floors was not only a matter of physical design but also influenced how the environment was perceived and navigated. And as this develops, the concept of layered confinement becomes increasingly significant, where each level represented a distinct layer within the building, contributing to a structured hierarchy of space that defined the overall experience. And this layering created a sense of progression, where movement from one level to another involved passing through controlled transitions that reinforced the boundaries between zones. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the use of stairways and access points served as critical elements in maintaining the structure, where these points acted as gateways that regulated movement and ensured that the separation between levels was preserved. And as this develops further, the role of perception becomes more apparent, where the differences between levels influenced how individuals understood the building as a whole, recognizing variations in light, enclosure, and spatial arrangement that distinguished one floor from another. And this recognition contributed to a broader awareness of the environment, where individuals could interpret the structure through observation of these differences. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that each level carried its own atmosphere, shaped by the interaction of space, light, and sound. And these atmospheres created a layered experience within the building, where the environment was not uniform but varied according to its vertical organization. And as this develops, the concept of controlled isolation becomes central, where the separation between levels allowed for different groups or conditions to exist within the same building without direct interaction, reinforcing the function of confinement through spatial division. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the vertical structure of Block 11 played a crucial role in its operation, providing a framework through which space could be organized in a way that supported both separation and control. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals within the building had to interpret and navigate not only the immediate spaces around them but also the broader structure of levels and transitions, using observation and repetition to understand how the building was organized. And this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of design within each level, where repeated patterns allowed for familiarity. Even within a constrained environment, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the vertical separation of space provided a stable and adaptable framework for the operation of Block 11, allowing it to maintain its function, while accommodating different uses within its structure, and thus the examination of vertical levels reveals how the building's design created a multi-layered environment, shaping both the physical organization and the perceptual experience of confinement, and reinforcing its role as a distinct and controlled space within Auschwitz. Chapter 3, Segment 1. Types of cells and differentiated spaces. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the variation in cell types begins to reveal a more complex layer of spatial organization, and it becomes evident that while the building maintained a consistent overall layout, the individual spaces within it were not entirely uniform, but instead differentiated in ways that contributed to the building's function, and as this develops, the concept of differentiated confinement emerges as a key element, where the division of space into distinct types of cells allowed for a more structured approach to how individuals were placed within the building, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that these variations were not random but aligned with the broader principles of organization and control that defined the camp, where different conditions could be maintained within separate spaces, all within the same structural framework, and as this develops further, the physical characteristics of these cells begin to define their distinctions, where differences in size, layout, and features such as openings, doors, and internal arrangements created variations in how space was experienced, and these differences, though contained within the same building, introduced a layered environment in which each type of cell represented a specific configuration of confinement, and as we consider the sensory aspects of these spaces, it becomes evident that variations in light, air, and spatial dimensions influence perception, where some cells felt more enclosed due to limited openings, while others allowed slightly more visibility or movement, and this variation contributed to the overall complexity of the interior, where the experience of one space differed from another, even within the same corridor, and as this develops, the role of categorization becomes increasingly significant, where the differentiation of cells allowed for a structured system in which individuals could be assigned to spaces based on specific administrative decisions, reinforcing the organized nature of the building, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the existence of multiple cell types supported the function of Block 11 as a space of controlled confinement, where the environment could be adjusted according to the needs of the system, and as this develops further, the relationship between differentiation and structure becomes clear, where the variety of cell types did not disrupt the overall order, but instead contributed to it, creating a more flexible yet controlled environment. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes apparent that individuals within the building had to interpret and navigate these variations, understanding the differences between spaces through observation and experience, and this understanding contributed to a broader awareness of the building's structure, where the repetition of patterns within each type of cell provided a framework for recognition, even as variations existed, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the differentiation of cells within Block 11 added depth to its internal organization, creating a system in which space itself became a tool for structuring experience, and thus the examination of cell Types reveals how variation within a controlled environment can contribute to a more complex and layered system of confinement. As the understanding of differentiated cell types deepens, the relationship between spatial variation and the experience of confinement becomes more apparent, and it becomes evident that the existence of multiple types of cells created a structured diversity within the building where each space, though part of the same system, offered a different configuration of physical conditions, and as this develops, the concept of spatial hierarchy becomes increasingly significant, where the variation between cells can be understood as part of a broader organization in which certain spaces were more enclosed, more limited, or more restricted than others, and this hierarchy contributed to the layered nature of the environment, where the experience of confinement was not uniform but varied according to the characteristics of each space, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of these cells allowed for a more precise control over how space was used, where different conditions could be applied within the same building without altering its overall structure, and as this develops further, the role of perception becomes central, where individuals within the building experienced these variations through changes in light, sound, and spatial dimensions, and these sensory differences influenced how each space was understood, creating a distinct atmosphere within each type of cell. And as we consider the sensory environment, it becomes evident that the repetition of similar features within each category of cell created a pattern that could be recognized over time, while the differences between categories introduced variation that shaped the overall experience. And as this develops, the concept of controlled differentiation becomes more defined, where the variation in cell types was not random but structured, allowing for a consistent yet flexible system of confinement. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that this differentiation played a crucial role in maintaining the function of Block 11, providing a framework through which the building could accommodate different conditions while remaining part of a unified system. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals within the building had to interpret the spatial differences and adjust their understanding of the environment accordingly, using observation and repetition to navigate the variations, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of patterns within each type of cell, where familiarity with certain features allowed for recognition even within a constrained setting. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the differentiation of cells contributed to the overall effectiveness of Block 11 as a structured environment, allowing it to function as a space where multiple conditions could coexist within a single framework, and thus the examination of cell types reveals how spatial variation can be integrated into a controlled system, shaping both the physical organization and the perceptual experience of confinement, and reinforcing the complexity of Block 11 as a distinct component of Auschwitz's overall structure. Chapter 3, Segment 2. Corridor Movement and the Regulation of Flow. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the role of corridors as channels of movement becomes increasingly central, and it becomes evident that these passageways were not merely connectors between spaces, but carefully structured routes through which all internal movement was directed, observed, and regulated. And as this develops, the concept of controlled flow emerges as a defining characteristic of the building, where movement did not occur freely but followed specific paths that aligned with the broader system of organization. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the corridors functioned as the primary framework through which the interior operated, linking entry points, cells, and vertical transitions into a unified network that guided every step taken within the building, and this network created a predictable pattern where movement was linear, directional, and limited in scope, reinforcing the structured nature of the environment. And as this develops further, the physical characteristics of the corridors become significant, where narrow dimensions, enclosed walls, and controlled lighting conditions contributed to a space that emphasized direction over openness, and these features ensured that movement remained focused and contained, reducing the possibility of deviation. And as we consider the sensory aspects of corridor movement, it becomes evident that the enclosed design created a concentrated atmosphere where sound traveled along the length of the passageways, footsteps and movement echoed within confined boundaries, and the presence of doors along the walls created a repeating visual pattern that reinforced the sense of order. And as this develops, the relationship between corridors and cells becomes increasingly important, where each cell opened onto the corridor, making it the central point of interaction between individual spaces and the broader interior, and this arrangement allowed for movement to be coordinated in a way that maintained separation while enabling access. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the corridors served as both pathways and points of control, where the structure of the building ensured that all movement passed through observable and regulated routes. And as this develops further, the concept of sequencing becomes central, where movement within the corridors followed a defined order, guided by routine and instruction, creating a flow that aligned with the building's function. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building had to learn the patterns of movement associated with the corridors, recognizing the direction, timing, and limitations through observation and repetition. And this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the layout, where the repetition of similar corridors created a predictable environment, even within the constraints imposed. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the corridors of Block 11 were not passive elements of design, but active components of its structure, shaping how movement occurred and how the building functioned as a controlled environment. And thus, the examination of corridor movement reveals how spatial design was used to regulate flow, reinforcing the organized and structured nature of Block 11. As the understanding of corridor movement deepens, the relationship between flow and control becomes more clearly defined, and it becomes evident that the regulation of movement within these passageways was essential to maintaining the building's function as a space of confinement. And as this develops, the concept of directional limitation becomes increasingly significant, where the design of the corridors restricted movement to forward or backward paths, eliminating alternative routes and ensuring that all motion remained within a predictable and manageable framework. And this limitation contributed to the overall sense of order, where each step taken within the building aligned with the structured layout. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the corridors created a sequence of movement that linked different parts of the building into a continuous flow, where transitions between spaces occurred through a series of controlled steps, each defined by the physical structure of the passageways. And as this develops further, the role of observation becomes more apparent, where the linear nature of the corridors allowed for clear lines of sight, enabling oversight of movement and reinforcing the system of control that governed the building. And this visibility ensured that activity within the corridors could be monitored consistently, contributing to the maintenance of order. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the repetition of movement along the corridors created a rhythmic pattern where footsteps, the opening and closing of doors, and the progression of individuals formed a continuous sequence that defined the interior environment, and this rhythm contributed to the perception of the building as a structured and controlled space where movement followed established patterns, and as this develops, the concept of transition becomes increasingly significant, where the corridors served as the points through which individuals moved between different zones within the building, connecting cells, stairways, and entry points into a cohesive system, and these transitions reinforced the layered nature of the environment where each movement marked a shift from one space to another, even within the confined interior, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the regulation of flow within the corridors played a crucial role in maintaining the operation of Block 11, ensuring that movement remained aligned with the structure and purpose of the building, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learned to interpret the patterns of movement within the corridors, recognizing timing, direction, and sequence through repeated exposure, and this understanding allowed for a form of orientation within the controlled environment, even as freedom of movement remained limited, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the corridors provided a stable framework through which the building's internal flow could be managed effectively, supporting both the physical organization and the operational function of Block 11, and thus the examination of corridor movement and regulated flow reveals how the design of space was used to guide and control activity, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within this distinct part of Auschwitz. Chapter 3, Segment 3. Doors, Barriers, and the Structure of Separation. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the presence of doors and physical barriers becomes increasingly significant, and it becomes evident that these elements were not merely functional components of construction, but central features in defining how space was divided, accessed, and experienced, and as this develops, the concept of separation emerges as a fundamental principle, where each door, wall, and barrier contributed to the creation of distinct zones within the building, ensuring that movement and interaction were carefully regulated, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that doors served as transition points between spaces, marking the boundaries between corridors and cells, between one section of the building and another, and these transition points were structured in a way that required movement to pass through controlled openings, reinforcing the sense that each step within the building was guided and limited, and as this develops further, the physical characteristics of these doors become important, where solid materials, reinforced frames, and limited openings created a sense of enclosure that aligned with the building's overall function. And these features ensured that each space remained distinct, with clear boundaries that could not be easily crossed, and as we consider the sensory aspects of these barriers, it becomes evident that they shaped the experience of space in multiple ways, where the closing of a door altered sound, reduced visibility, and created a more contained environment, and this transformation contributed to the perception of separation, where each enclosed space felt distinct from those around it, even when located within the same corridor, and as this develops, the relationship between barriers and movement becomes increasingly clear, where the placement of doors along corridors created a sequence of controlled access points, guiding the flow of movement while maintaining the division between spaces, and this arrangement allowed for a structured progression through the building, where each Movement from one area to another was marked by a clear transition, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the use of barriers was essential in maintaining the organization of Block 11, where the separation of space ensured that the building could function as a system of controlled confinement, and as this develops further, the concept of layered separation becomes apparent, where multiple barriers could exist between different zones, creating a series of enclosed spaces within the larger structure. And this layering reinforced the idea that the building was not a single open environment, but a collection of interconnected yet distinct areas, each defined by its own boundaries. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building had to navigate these barriers, understanding the significance of doors and transitions through observation and repetition, and this understanding contributed to a broader awareness of the building structure, where each barrier marked a change in conditions, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that doors and barriers were not simply architectural features, but integral components of the system, shaping both the physical layout and the experience of separation within Block 11, and thus, the examination of these elements reveals how space was divided and controlled through design, reinforcing the structured and layered nature of the building. As the understanding of doors and barriers deepens, their role in shaping perception and awareness within Block 11 becomes more apparent, and it becomes evident that these elements influenced not only how space was organized, but how it was experienced on a sensory and conceptual level. And as this develops, the concept of controlled visibility becomes increasingly significant, where the presence of doors and enclosed walls limited what could be seen from any given point, creating an environment in which individuals experienced only portions of the building at a time, and this limitation contributed to a sense of fragmentation, where the overall structure was not fully visible but understood through a series of connected spaces, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of barriers created a layered perception of the environment, where each space felt separate, even though it was part of a larger system, and as this develops further, the relationship between barriers and sound becomes important, where the closing of doors altered the auditory environment, reducing or isolating sounds from adjacent spaces, and this change in sound contributed to the sense of separation, where each area had its own distinct sensory character. And as we consider the sensory aspects of movement through these barriers, it becomes evident that each transition from one space to another involved a noticeable shift, where the opening or closing of a door marked a change in light, sound, and spatial perception, and these shifts reinforced the structured nature of the building, where movement was defined by a sequence of transitions, each marked by a physical boundary, and as this develops, the concept of controlled interaction becomes more defined, where the presence of barriers limited direct contact between individuals in different spaces, reinforcing separation while still allowing for the overall system to function as a connected whole. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the use of doors and barriers played a crucial role in maintaining the operation of Block 11, providing a framework through which space could be divided and managed effectively. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals within the building had to interpret the significance of these barriers, understanding how they defined movement, visibility, and interaction within the environment, and this understanding was shaped by repetition, where the consistent use of doors and transitions created patterns that could be recognized over time. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the presence of doors and barriers contributed to the overall structure of Block 11, creating a stable and controlled environment in which separation was both physical and perceptual, and thus, the examination of these elements reveals how the design of space influenced not only the organization of the building but also the way it was experienced, shaping both the environment and the awareness of those within this distinct part of Auschwitz. Chapter 4, Segment 1. Routine within confinement and the structure of stillness. As one considers the interior of Block 11 within Auschwitz I beyond its physical structure, the concept of routine begins to take on a different meaning compared to the broader camp environment, and it becomes evident that while the rest of the camp was defined by movement, labor details, assemblies, and transitions between spaces, Block 11 introduced a form of routine shaped by restriction, where stillness itself became a defining characteristic of daily experience, and as this develops, the concept of structured stillness emerges, where the absence of movement was not a lack of organization but a different kind of organization, one in which time and space were experienced through limited motion and controlled intervals, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that routine within Block 11 was not expressed through visible activity, but through repetition of conditions where the same enclosed spaces, the same boundaries, and the same limitations were encountered continuously, creating a pattern that defined the passage of time within the building, and as this develops further, the relationship between time and confinement becomes increasingly significant, where the structured schedule of the broader camp was still present in a distant sense, but within Block 11, the experience of time was more closely tied to the environment itself, where the repetition of stillness and the limited changes in surroundings created a continuous flow that lacked the variation seen elsewhere, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment within the cells and corridors carried a quieter, more contained atmosphere where sound was reduced, movement was minimal, and the interaction between spaces was limited by barriers, and this sensory reduction contributed to the perception of routine as a state of continuity rather than activity, and as this develops, the concept of observation becomes central, where awareness of the environment was shaped not by movement but by attention to detail, where changes in light, sound, or presence became more noticeable within the confined space, and this heightened awareness influenced how individuals perceived the passage of time, where even subtle variations became part of the routine, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the structure of stillness within Block 11 was a deliberate aspect of its design, where the reduction of movement reinforced the building's function as a place of intensified confinement, and as this develops further, the relationship between routine and control becomes more apparent, where the limitation of activity ensured that the environment remained stable and predictable, aligning with the broader system of the camp while operating under different conditions, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within Block 11 had to adjust to this form of routine, learning to interpret the repetition of stillness as part of the structured environment, and this adaptation was shaped by observation, where the consistent nature of the space provided a framework for understanding its patterns, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that routine within Block 11 was not defined by action but by the absence of it, creating a unique form of structure that shaped both the environment and the experience of those within it, and thus the examination of stillness reveals how routine can exist even within limited movement, reinforcing the controlled and structured nature of this distinct part of Auschwitz. As the understanding of routine within confinement deepens, the relationship between stillness, awareness, and the perception of time becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the absence of constant movement did not eliminate structure, but instead created a different framework in which time and experience were shaped by repetition and limitation, and as this develops, the concept of temporal perception becomes increasingly significant, where individuals within Block 11 experience time not through a sequence of varied activities but through the continuity of the same environment, where each moment was connected to the next through a consistent set of conditions, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this continuity created a sense of ongoing presence, where the boundaries of space defined the boundaries of experience, and this influence extended into awareness, where individuals became more attuned to subtle changes within the environment, such as shifts in light or sound, using these cues to interpret the passage of time, and as this develops further, the role of repetition becomes central, where the consistent nature of the environment reinforced the structure of stillness, creating a pattern that defined daily life within the building, and this pattern, though limited in variation, provided a form of continuity that aligned with the broader system of the camp, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment within Block 11 maintained a subdued atmosphere, where the lack of external stimuli emphasized the presence of the immediate surroundings, and this emphasis contributed to a more focused perception of space, where the details of the environment became more prominent within the confined setting, and as this develops, the concept of internal adaptation becomes increasingly nuanced, where individuals learned to navigate the experience of stillness by aligning their awareness with the patterns of the environment, recognizing the repetition of conditions and adjusting their perception accordingly, and this adaptation was shaped by observation and familiarity, where the consistent layout and conditions provided a framework for understanding, even within the constraints imposed, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the structure of routine within Block 11 played a crucial role in maintaining its function, providing a stable environment in which confinement could be sustained over time, and as this develops further, the relationship between stillness and control becomes fully integrated, where the limitation of movement reinforced the boundaries of the system, ensuring that the building operated according to its intended purpose. And as we consider the long-term significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the patterns established through structured stillness contributed to the overall operation of Block 11, shaping both the physical environment and the experiential understanding of time within it, and thus the examination of routine within confinement reveals how the absence of movement can itself become a form of structure, influencing awareness, perception, and adaptation within this distinct and controlled space of Auschwitz. Chapter 4, Segment 2. Observation, Silence, and the Shaping of Awareness. As one continues to examine life within Block 11 inside Auschwitz I, the role of observation becomes increasingly significant, and it becomes evident that in an environment where movement was limited and routine was defined by stillness, awareness was shaped less by action and more by perception, and as this develops, the concept of observation emerges as a primary means through which individuals understood their surroundings, where the absence of constant activity allowed for greater attention to subtle details within the environment, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the confined nature of the space directed awareness inward, toward the immediate surroundings, where The texture of walls, the presence of doors, and the arrangement of light and shadow became defining features of daily experience, and as this develops further, the role of silence becomes central, where the reduction of sound within the enclosed environment created a distinct atmosphere, and this silence was not absolute, but relative, marked by the absence of continuous external noise, allowing smaller sounds to become more noticeable. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment carried a subdued auditory quality, where footsteps in corridors, the opening and closing of doors, or distant movements created isolated sounds that stood out within the quiet, and this contrast between silence and intermittent noise contributed to a heightened awareness of the environment, where each sound carried significance within the otherwise controlled stillness. And as this develops, the relationship between observation and time becomes increasingly apparent, where the perception of time was influenced by the ability to notice changes within the environment, and these changes, though subtle, provided a sense of progression, marking the passage of moments within the confined setting. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that observation functioned as a form of engagement with the environment, where individuals interpreted their surroundings through continuous awareness. And as this develops further, the concept of internal focus becomes significant, where attention was directed toward immediate sensory experiences rather than external movement, and this focus shaped how the environment was perceived, creating a more detailed and concentrated understanding of space. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within Block 11 adjusted to this environment by refining their awareness, learning to interpret subtle cues and changes within the confined space. And this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent nature of the environment allowed for familiarity to develop over time. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that observation and silence were not passive elements, but active components of the experience within Block 11, shaping how individuals perceived their surroundings and understood the passage of time. And thus, the examination of observation reveals how awareness was structured within a confined environment, reinforcing the controlled and introspective nature of this distinct space. Within Auschwitz, as the understanding of observation and silence deepens, their influence on perception and awareness becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the environment within Block 11 encouraged a form of awareness that was both heightened and constrained, where individuals became more attuned to subtle changes while remaining limited in their ability to interact with the broader environment. And as this develops, the concept of perceptual focus becomes increasingly significant, where the reduction of external stimuli directed attention toward the immediate surroundings, and this focus allowed for a more detailed perception of space, where even minor variations in light, sound, or movement carried meaning within the confined setting. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that silence played a crucial role in shaping this awareness, where the absence of constant noise created a backdrop against which individual sounds became more pronounced, and this contrast contributed to a layered auditory experience, where moments of quiet were punctuated by isolated events, creating a rhythm that defined the environment. And as this develops further, the relationship between silence and anticipation becomes apparent, where the intermittent nature of sound within the building created a sense of expectation, where each noise signaled a change within the otherwise stable environment, and this expectation influenced how individuals perceived their surroundings, where attention was directed toward identifying and interpreting these moments, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the interplay between silence and sound created a dynamic atmosphere where the absence of activity did not result in emptiness, but in a different kind of presence defined by awareness and observation, and as this develops, the concept of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learn to navigate this environment by aligning their perception with its patterns, recognizing the significance of both silence and sound in understanding the passage of time and the structure of space. And this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent nature of the environment allowed for familiarity with its sensory patterns, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the combination of observation and silence played a central role in shaping the experience within Block 11, creating an environment where awareness was both intensified and directed, and as this develops further, the connection between perception, environment, and structure becomes increasingly clear, where the design of the building influenced not only how space was organized but how it was experienced on a sensory level, and as we consider the long-term significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the patterns established through observation and silence contributed to the overall operation of Block 11, shaping both the environment and the awareness of those within it, and thus the examination of these elements reveals how perception itself became part of the structure, reinforcing the controlled and introspective nature of this distinct space within Auschwitz. Chapter 4, Segment 3. Waiting, Uncertainty, and the Experience of Undefined Time. As one continues to examine the internal experience of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the concept of waiting emerges as a defining element, and it becomes evident that within a space where movement was limited and routine was structured through stillness, the passage of time was often experienced not through action, but through intervals of anticipation, where the absence of clear markers created a sense of duration that was difficult to measure, and as this develops, the concept of undefined time becomes central, where the structured schedules that characterized the broader camp were less visible within the enclosed environment of Block 11, and this lack of visible progression contributed to a perception of time that felt continuous rather than segmented, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that waiting was not a singular event, but an ongoing condition where individuals existed within a state of expectation, aware that transitions could occur but without clear indication of when or how, and this condition shaped the experience of time, where moments were not defined by activity but by their continuity, and as this develops further, the role of environment becomes increasingly significant, where the enclosed nature of the space reinforced this sense of waiting with limited visual and auditory cues to indicate change, and this limitation contributed to the perception of time as extended and indistinct, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment within the cells and corridors provided few variations, where the repetition of the same visual and spatial elements created a consistent backdrop against which time passed, and this consistency reinforced the sense of continuity, where each moment blended into the next, creating a flow that lacked clear boundaries, and as this develops, the relationship between waiting and awareness becomes increasingly apparent, where individuals relied on subtle changes within the environment, such as shifts in light or distant sounds, to interpret the passage of time, and these changes, though minimal, provided a framework for understanding duration within the confined setting, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that waiting functioned as a form of experience shaped by both the structure of the building and the absence of clear temporal markers, and as this develops further, the concept of anticipation becomes central, where the expectation of change, even without certainty, influenced how time was perceived, creating a state in which awareness was directed toward the possibility of transition. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within Block 11 learned to navigate this experience by aligning their perception with the patterns of the environment, using observation and repetition to create a sense of continuity, even within uncertainty. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that waiting within Block 11 was not simply a passive condition, but a structured experience that shaped how time was understood and perceived, and thus the examination of waiting reveals how the absence of defined activity can create a distinct form of temporal awareness within a controlled and confined environment. As the understanding of waiting and undefined time deepens, the relationship between uncertainty and perception becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the absence of clear temporal markers did not eliminate the structure of time, but transformed it into a continuous and fluid experience where moments were not easily distinguished from one another. And as this develops, the concept of temporal ambiguity becomes increasingly significant, where the lack of visible progression created a sense of duration that was shaped by perception rather than by measurable intervals. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this ambiguity influenced awareness, where individuals relied on indirect cues to interpret the passage of time, such as changes in light, sound, or activity beyond their immediate surroundings. And these cues, though subtle, provided a framework for understanding continuity within the environment. And as this develops further, the role of anticipation becomes more defined, where the expectation of change, even in the absence of certainty, created a state of awareness that was oriented toward the future, where each moment carried the possibility of transition, and this orientation influenced how time was experienced, where the present was shaped by both continuity and expectation. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment reinforced this experience through its consistency, where the repetition of spatial and visual elements created a stable backdrop against which subtle changes could be perceived, and this stability contributed to the sense of ongoing duration, where time was experienced as a continuous flow rather than a sequence of distinct events. And as this develops, the concept of adaptation becomes increasingly nuanced, where individuals within Block 11 learned to navigate the experience of uncertainty by refining their awareness, using observation to identify patterns and cues that could provide a sense of orientation. And this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where familiarity with the environment allowed for a deeper understanding of its subtle variations. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the combination of waiting and uncertainty played a central role in shaping the experience within Block 11, creating an environment in which time was both continuous and undefined. And as this develops further, the connection between perception, environment, and structure becomes increasingly clear, where the design of the building influenced not only how space was organized, but how time was experienced within it. And as we consider the long-term significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the patterns established through waiting and uncertainty contributed to the overall operation of Block 11, shaping both the environment and the awareness of those within it, and thus the examination of These elements reveals how time itself became part of the structure, reinforcing the controlled and introspective nature of this distinct space within Auschwitz. Chapter 5, Segment 1. Authority, Presence, and the Structure of Oversight. As one continues to examine the internal dynamics of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the presence of authority becomes an increasingly defining element, and it becomes evident that within this confined environment, oversight was not distant or occasional, but integrated into the very structure of the building, shaping how space was used, how movement occurred, and how the environment was perceived. And as this develops, the concept of structured oversight emerges as a central feature, where authority was expressed not only through direct interaction but through the consistent organization of space, routine, and access. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of Block 11 supported this presence, where corridors, doorways, and access points created clear lines through which observation could occur, ensuring that movement and activity remained within visible and controlled boundaries, and this alignment between structure and oversight reinforced the building's function as a space where control was concentrated and continuous. And as this develops further, the role of presence becomes significant, where authority was not always defined by constant action but by the awareness of its existence, and this awareness influenced how individuals perceived their surroundings, where the potential for observation shaped behavior even in moments of stillness. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment carried subtle indicators of oversight, where the sound of footsteps in corridors, the opening and closing of doors, and the structured movement through the building contributed to an atmosphere in which authority was both visible and implied, and this atmosphere reinforced the sense that the building operated under a continuous system of regulation. And as this develops, the relationship between oversight and space becomes increasingly clear, where the arrangement of cells along corridors allowed for a centralized form of observation, where multiple spaces could be monitored from a single pathway, and this design ensured that separation between cells did not eliminate the ability to maintain control but instead organized it more efficiently. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the presence of authority within Block 11 was not limited to specific moments but embedded within the structure itself, creating an environment in which oversight was constant, even when not directly visible. And as this develops further, the concept of controlled movement becomes central, where the regulation of entry, exit, and internal transitions ensured that all activity aligned with the expectations of the system, and this regulation reinforced the building's role as a space of intensified control, where the structure supported the continuous presence of authority. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within Block 11 learned to navigate this environment by recognizing the patterns of oversight, understanding when and how movement occurred, and aligning their behavior with the structured conditions. And this adaptation was shaped by observation and repetition, where the consistent nature of the environment provided a framework for understanding its rules. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that authority within Block 11 was not only a matter of external enforcement but an integral part of the building's design and operation, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within it. As the understanding of authority and oversight deepens, their influence on perception, awareness, and behavior becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the structured presence of authority within Block 11 created an environment in which control was both direct and indirect, where the physical design of the building and the patterns of movement within it reinforced the sense of regulation, even in the absence of constant visible interaction, and as this develops, the concept of implicit control becomes increasingly significant, where the awareness of oversight influenced how individuals interpreted their surroundings, creating a condition in which behavior was aligned with expectations through perception as much as through direct instruction, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the consistent patterns of movement within the building, such as the opening of doors, the passage along corridors, and the transitions between spaces, served as indicators of authority, where each action reinforced the structured nature of the environment, and as this develops further, the relationship between authority and routine becomes more apparent, where the repetition of controlled actions created a stable framework within which oversight could be maintained, ensuring that the building operated according to its intended function. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment carried a distinct rhythm, where the presence of authority was reflected in the timing and coordination of movement, and this rhythm contributed to the perception of order, where the predictability of actions reinforced the structure of the system, and as this develops, the concept of awareness becomes central, where individuals within Block 11 developed an understanding of how authority was expressed within the environment, recognizing patterns and cues that indicated oversight, and this understanding allowed for a form of adaptation where behavior was adjusted to align with the structured conditions, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the presence of authority within Block 11 played a crucial role in maintaining its operation, providing a framework through which control could be applied consistently across different spaces and situations, and as this develops further, the connection between authority, structure, and environment becomes increasingly interconnected, where each element supported the others, creating a cohesive system that defined the experience within the building. And as we consider the long-term significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the patterns established through structured oversight contributed to the overall function of Block 11, shaping both the physical environment and the perceptual understanding of those within it, and thus the examination of authority and presence reveals how control was embedded within the design and operation of the building, reinforcing its role as a distinct and controlled space. Within Auschwitz, Chapter 5, Segment 2, Regulation of Movement and the Controlled Use of Space. As one continues to examine the internal dynamics of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the regulation of movement emerges as a central mechanism through which the structure of the building was maintained, and it becomes evident that movement within this environment was not spontaneous or self-directed, but carefully organized through a system of controlled pathways, time transitions, and defined boundaries, and as this develops, the concept of regulated motion becomes significant, where every action involving movement, whether entering a corridor, passing through a doorway, or transitioning between levels, was shaped by the structure of the building and the presence of authority, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of Block 11 supported this regulation, where corridors functioned as singular routes of passage, doors acted as controlled access points, and stairways defined vertical transitions, all combining to create a network in which movement could be directed and limited with precision, and this network ensured that no movement occurred outside the framework established by the system, reinforcing the building's role as a space of intensified control. And as this develops further, the relationship between movement and Time becomes increasingly apparent, where transitions between spaces often occurred at specific intervals aligning with the broader patterns of oversight and routine, and this alignment created a rhythm within the building, where motion was not continuous but segmented, occurring in structured moments that defined the flow of activity. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment carried a distinct pattern of movement, where the sounds of footsteps, the opening and closing of doors, and the progression along corridors created a sequence that reflected the organized nature of the system, and this sequence contributed to the perception of the building as a controlled environment where movement was predictable and aligned with structure. And as this develops, the concept of spatial limitation becomes central, where the physical design of the building restricted the range of possible movement, ensuring that individuals remained within designated areas and followed predefined routes, and this limitation reinforced the boundaries between spaces, creating a clear distinction between where movement could occur and where it was restricted. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the regulation of movement was essential in maintaining the operation of Block 11, where the controlled use of space ensured that the building functioned according to its intended purpose. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes significant, where individuals within the building learn to interpret the patterns of movement, recognizing when and how transitions occurred through observation and repetition, and this understanding allowed for a form of orientation within the constrained environment, where behavior could be aligned with the structured flow of activity. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that movement within Block 11 was not merely a physical act, but a structured component of the system, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within it, and thus the examination of regulated movement reveals how space was used to control and direct activity within this distinct part of Auschwitz. As the understanding of regulated movement deepens, its influence on perception, awareness, and adaptation becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the controlled use of space within Block 11 created an environment in which movement was not only directed but also meaningful, where each transition between spaces represented a change within the structured system. And as this develops, the concept of spatial transition becomes increasingly significant, where movement from one area to another was defined by passing through controlled points such as doors or stairways, and these transitions reinforced the boundaries between different zones within the building, creating a layered experience of space. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the predictability of these transitions contributed to a sense of order, where the repetition of movement patterns allowed individuals to recognize and anticipate the structure of the environment. And as this develops further, the relationship between movement and awareness becomes more apparent, where individuals within the building developed an understanding of the system through observation of how movement occurred, recognizing patterns in timing, direction, and sequence, and this understanding contributed to adaptation, where behavior was aligned with the expectations of the system. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment carried a rhythmic quality, where the controlled flow of movement created a pattern that defined the interior experience, and this rhythm was reinforced by the repetition of actions, where the same sequences of movement occurred consistently over time. And as this develops, the concept of constrained mobility becomes central, where the limitation of movement did not eliminate motion but structured it, ensuring that all activity remained within the boundaries defined by the building's design, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that this structured mobility played a crucial role in maintaining the operation of Block 11, providing a framework through which space could be used efficiently while preserving control, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learn to navigate the environment by interpreting the patterns of movement, using observation and repetition to understand when and how transitions occurred, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the system, where the repetition of movement patterns created familiarity. Even within a constrained setting, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the regulation of movement and the controlled use of space contributed to the overall structure of Block 11, shaping both the physical organization and the perceptual experience of those within it, and thus the examination of this stage reveals how movement, when structured and limited, becomes an integral part of the system, reinforcing the controlled and organized nature of this distinct space within. Auschwitz, Chapter 5, Segment 3, Communication, Signals, and the Limits of Interaction. As one continues to examine the internal dynamics of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the nature of communication within this confined environment begins to emerge as a complex and structured aspect of daily experience, and it becomes evident that interaction was not freely expressed or openly sustained, but shaped by the physical layout, the presence of barriers, and the overarching system of control that define the building. And as this develops, the concept of limited communication becomes central, where the design of enclosed cells, solid walls, and controlled corridors reduced the possibility of direct exchange, creating a setting in which interaction was often indirect, constrained, and dependent on the structure of space itself. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that communication within Block 11 was influenced by proximity, where individuals within adjacent spaces might become aware of one another through subtle cues, yet the barriers between them ensured that such awareness did not easily translate into open interaction, and this distinction between awareness and communication becomes increasingly significant, where the presence of others could be perceived without direct engagement, shaping a form of social awareness that existed within limits. And as this develops further, the role of sound becomes particularly important, where the enclosed environment allowed certain noises to travel through corridors or between spaces, creating a form of indirect communication where footsteps, movements, or other audible signals carried meaning within the otherwise quiet environment. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the building's structure created a layered soundscape where sounds were filtered, reflected, and contained by walls and barriers, contributing to an atmosphere in which communication occurred through fragments rather than continuous exchange. And as this develops, the concept of signaling becomes more apparent, where certain actions, such as the opening of a door, the movement along a corridor, or the presence of activity, served as indicators within the environment, conveying information about the structure and operation of the building without direct interaction. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that communication within Block 11 was shaped by both limitation and structure, where the design of the building and the presence of authority defined how and when interaction could occur. And as this develops further, the relationship between communication and control becomes increasingly clear, where the restriction of direct interaction reinforced the separation between individuals, ensuring that the environment remained organized and contained, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within Block 11 learned to interpret the subtle cues and signals present within the environment using observation and awareness to understand their surroundings, and this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent nature of the environment allowed for the recognition of patterns in sound and movement, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that communication within Block 11 was not absent but transformed, existing within the boundaries defined by the structure, and thus, the examination of communication reveals how interaction can persist in limited forms within a controlled environment, shaping both awareness and perception. As the understanding of communication and interaction within Block 11 deepens, the relationship between limitation and awareness becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the constraints placed on direct communication did not eliminate social perception, but instead reshaped it into a form that relied heavily on observation, inference, and the interpretation of environmental cues, and as this develops, the concept of indirect interaction becomes increasingly significant, where individuals interpreted the presence and activity of others through the limited signals available, creating a form of awareness that was structured by the environment rather than by open exchange, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of the building played a crucial role in shaping this form of interaction, where walls, doors, and corridors acted as both barriers and channels, limiting direct contact while allowing certain forms of sensory information to pass through, and this dual function created a layered system in which communication was both restricted and subtly present, and as this develops further, the role of anticipation becomes apparent, where the intermittent nature of sound and movement created a pattern in which individuals became attuned to changes within the environment, interpreting these changes as signals that conveyed information about activity beyond their immediate space, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment fostered a heightened sensitivity to detail, where even minor variations in sound or movement carried meaning within the confined setting, and this sensitivity contributed to a deeper awareness of the surroundings, where individuals relied on these cues to understand the structure and rhythm of the building, and as this develops, the concept of constrained connection becomes central, where the presence of others was continuously perceived, yet the ability to engage directly remained limited, creating a form of social experience that existed within defined boundaries, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that this structure of communication played a significant role in shaping the experience within Block 11, where the balance between awareness and limitation influenced how individuals perceived both their environment and the presence of others, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learned to navigate this system of indirect communication by refining their awareness and interpreting patterns within the environment, and this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent nature of the building's design and operation allowed for the recognition of recurring signals, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the transformation of communication within Block 11 reflects the broader principles of structure and control that defined the camp, where interaction was shaped by design and awareness was guided by limitation, and thus the examination of communication and signals reveals how even within a highly controlled environment, forms of interaction persist, reshaped by the conditions that define the space and contributing to the overall experience of confinement within this distinct part of Auschwitz. Chapter 6, Segment 1. Punitive Spaces and the Intensification of Confinement. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, a deeper layer of spatial organization begins to emerge, where certain areas within the building were distinguished not only by their physical characteristics but by the way they intensified the conditions of confinement, and it becomes evident that the building functioned not as a uniform environment but as a system of differentiated spaces where some areas imposed greater restriction, greater isolation, and a more concentrated form of control, and as this develops, the concept of punitive spaces becomes central, where the design and use of specific cells or sections created conditions that were more severe in comparison to the broader interior, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that these spaces were integrated into the overall structure, not separated from it, allowing the building to operate as a layered environment in which varying degrees of confinement could exist simultaneously, and this integration ensured that the transition between different conditions occurred within the same controlled framework, reinforcing the continuity of the system, and as this develops further, the physical characteristics of these intensified spaces become significant, where reduced dimensions, limited openings, and greater enclosure created an environment that emphasized restriction, and these features contributed to a perception of space that was more contained, where movement, light, and visibility were further limited, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that these spaces carried a distinct atmosphere, where the combination of physical limitation and reduced sensory input created a setting that differed noticeably from other parts of the building, and this difference contributed to the layered experience of Block 11, where not all areas were experienced in the same way, and as this develops, the relationship between space and function becomes increasingly clear, where the differentiation of these areas allowed for a more precise application of the building's purpose, enabling the system to operate with flexibility while maintaining overall control, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the existence of punitive spaces within Block 11 demonstrates how the design of the building supported a range of conditions all within the same structural framework, and as this develops further, the concept of progression becomes apparent, where movement into these spaces represented a shift from one level of confinement to another, reinforcing the layered nature of the environment, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building had to interpret and understand these variations, recognizing the differences between spaces through observation and experience, and this understanding contributed to a broader awareness of the building structure, where the presence of more restrictive areas shaped the perception of the environment as a whole, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the inclusion of punitive spaces within Block 11 added depth to its internal organization, creating a system in which confinement could be intensified within specific areas, and thus the examination of these spaces reveals how variation within a controlled environment can be used to structure experience, reinforcing the building's role as a complex and layered component of Auschwitz. As the understanding of punitive spaces deepens, their influence on perception, awareness, and the overall experience within Block 11 becomes more pronounced, and it becomes evident that these areas did not function in isolation, but as part of a broader system in which different levels of confinement were interconnected, creating a structured hierarchy of space within the building. And as this develops, the concept of spatial hierarchy becomes increasingly significant, where the existence of more restrictive areas established a range of conditions that defined how the building was experienced, and this hierarchy contributed to the layered nature of the environment, where each space carried a different degree of limitation, shaping both physical experience and perception. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the presence of these intensified spaces influenced awareness beyond their immediate boundaries, where the knowledge or perception of their existence contributed to a broader understanding of the building's structure. And this awareness reinforced the sense of control within the environment, where space itself became an indicator of varying conditions. And as this develops further, the role of sensory variation becomes more apparent, where differences in light, air, and spatial dimensions created distinct atmospheres within these areas, and these variations contributed to the perception of the building as a complex system rather than a uniform structure. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the contrast between different spaces within Block 11 created a layered experience, where transitions from one area to another involved noticeable changes in environment, reinforcing the boundaries between levels of confinement. And as this develops, the concept of controlled differentiation becomes central, where the variation in conditions allowed the building to function as a flexible yet structured system, capable of maintaining multiple forms of confinement within a single framework. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the inclusion of punitive spaces played a crucial role in shaping the operation of Block 11, providing a mechanism through which the building's function could be applied with precision and consistency. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals within the building had to interpret the differences between spaces, using observation and repetition to understand how the environment was organized. And this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of patterns within each area, where familiarity with certain features allowed for recognition even within a constrained setting. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the hierarchical organization of space within Block 11 contributed to its effectiveness as a structured environment, allowing it to maintain its function while accommodating variation. And thus, the examination of punitive spaces reveals how the design of the building created a multi-layered system of confinement, shaping both the physical structure and the perceptual experience of those within it, and reinforcing its role as a distinct and controlled space within Auschwitz. Chapter 6, Segment 2. Isolation cells and the intensification of separation. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the concept of isolation becomes increasingly central to understanding how confinement was intensified within specific areas of the building, and it becomes evident that certain cells were designed not only to contain individuals but to reduce interaction, visibility, and sensory input to a greater degree than the surrounding spaces. And as this develops, the concept of isolation cells emerges as a distinct category within the broader system, where the structure of these spaces emphasized separation as a primary function. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that isolation was achieved through a combination of physical design and spatial placement, where the positioning of these cells within the building, often removed from more active corridors or arranged in ways that limited exposure to movement, contributed to their function. And this placement ensured that the experience within these spaces differed from that of standard cells, reinforcing the layered nature of the environment. And as this develops further, the physical characteristics of isolation cells become significant, where reduced openings, thicker walls, and limited access points created a space that was more enclosed and less connected to the surrounding environment, and these features contributed to a sense of separation, where individuals within these cells experienced a more contained version of the building's interior, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the reduction of light, sound, and external cues created a distinct atmosphere, where the environment felt more static and less influenced by the broader patterns of movement within the building, and this atmosphere reinforced the function of isolation, where the absence of interaction and variation shaped the experience of space. And as this develops, the relationship between isolation and time becomes increasingly apparent, where the limited sensory input influenced how time was perceived, creating a sense of continuity that lacked clear markers of progression. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the existence of isolation cells within Block 11 demonstrates how the building's design allowed for varying degrees of confinement, where separation could be intensified within specific spaces, while remaining part of the overall structure. And as this develops further, the concept of controlled separation becomes central, where the use of isolation cells ensured that interaction between individuals could be limited to the greatest extent possible, reinforcing the boundaries defined by the system. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within these spaces had to adjust to an environment where awareness was shaped by minimal external input, relying on subtle changes within the space to interpret their surroundings. And this adaptation was influenced by the consistency of the environment, where the repetition of the same conditions created a stable, though highly constrained, experience. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that isolation cells represented a further intensification of the building's function, creating spaces in which separation was emphasized to a greater degree. And thus the examination of these cells reveals how confinement could be structured at multiple levels within Block 11, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within it. As the understanding of isolation within Block 11 deepens, the relationship between separation, awareness, and perception becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the design of isolation cells not only limited interaction with others, but also influenced how individuals experienced their own surroundings, creating a form of awareness that was focused almost entirely on the immediate environment. And as this develops, the concept of sensory limitation becomes increasingly significant, where the reduction of external stimuli directed attention inward toward the confined space itself, and this inward focus shaped how the environment was perceived, where details such as the texture of walls, the presence of light, or the passage of time became central elements of experience. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the absence of interaction did not eliminate awareness, but transformed it into a more concentrated form, where perception was defined by the limited cues available. And as this develops further, the role of continuity becomes apparent, where the consistency of the environment created a stable backdrop against which time passed, and this stability contributed to the perception of duration, where moments were experienced as part of an ongoing sequence, without clear distinction. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the isolation cell environment carried a distinct atmosphere, where the lack of variation reinforced the sense of enclosure, and this atmosphere influenced how individuals interpreted both space and time, creating a unified experience defined by limitation. And as this develops, the concept of internal adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learn to navigate this environment by aligning their awareness with the patterns of the space, recognizing subtle changes and using them as markers for understanding their surroundings, and this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent nature of the environment allowed for familiarity to develop even within the constraints imposed, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the use of isolation cells within Block 11 played a crucial role in shaping the building's overall function, providing a means through which separation could be intensified and maintained with precision, and as this develops further, the connection between isolation, structure, and control becomes increasingly clear, where each element supported the others, creating a cohesive system that defined the experience within these spaces. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the patterns established through isolation contributed to the broader understanding of how Block 11 operated, shaping both the physical environment and the perceptual experience of those within it, and thus the examination of isolation cells reveals how the design of space can be used to create a highly controlled and structured environment, reinforcing the layered and complex nature of confinement within this distinct part of Auschwitz. Chapter 6, Segment 3. Basement Spaces and the Deepening of Confinement. As one continues to examine the internal structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the lower levels of the building begin to reveal a further dimension of spatial organization, and it becomes evident that the basement areas represented a distinct environment within the overall structure, where confinement was intensified not only through design but through the physical position of the space itself, and as this develops, the concept of subterranean confinement emerges as a key element, where the placement of cells below ground level created conditions that differed significantly from those on upper floors, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the descent into these lower areas marked a transition, where movement from the main corridors into the basement involved a shift in spatial perception, influenced by changes in light, air, and enclosure, and this transition reinforced the layered nature of the building, where each level contributed to the overall system while maintaining its own characteristics, and as this develops further, the physical characteristics of the basement spaces become significant, where reduced access to natural light, thicker walls, and more enclosed layouts created an environment that emphasized containment, and these features contributed to a sense of depth, where the physical position of the space within the building added to its distinct identity. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the basement carried a different atmosphere, where the absence of natural light and the enclosed design created a more subdued and contained environment, and this atmosphere influenced perception, where the space felt more removed from the broader activity of the camp, even though it remained part of the same structure, and as this develops, the relationship between space and separation becomes increasingly clear, where the location of the basement contributed to its function, creating a setting in which interaction with other areas of the building was further limited, and this limitation reinforced the sense of isolation within the overall system, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the basement spaces represented a further intensification of confinement within Block 11, where the design and placement of these areas allowed for a more concentrated form of separation, and as this develops further, the concept of layered confinement becomes central, where the building functioned as a series of interconnected spaces, each with its own level of restriction, and the basement formed one of the most enclosed layers within this system. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within these spaces had to adjust to the unique conditions of the environment, interpreting changes in light, sound, and spatial arrangement through observation and experience, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the design, where the repetition of structural elements provided a framework for understanding even within a highly constrained setting, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the basement spaces of Block 11 added depth to its internal organization, creating a multi-level system in which confinement could be intensified through both design and location, and thus the examination of these spaces reveals how vertical positioning and structural variation contributed to the overall function of the building. As the understanding of basement spaces deepens, their influence on perception, awareness, and the experience of confinement becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the subterranean environment shaped not only the physical conditions but also the way in which space and time were experienced within these areas, and as this develops, the concept of spatial depth becomes increasingly significant, where the position of the basement below ground level created a sense of separation that extended beyond physical barriers, influencing how individuals perceived their connection to the rest of the building, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the reduced presence of natural light and external cues contributed to a distinct perception of time, where the progression of day and night was less visible, creating a more continuous and undifferentiated experience, and as this develops further, the role of sensory limitation becomes more apparent, where the enclosed nature of the basement reduced variation in sound and movement, creating an environment that felt more static and contained, and this limitation reinforced the sense of isolation, where awareness was focused on the immediate surroundings rather than on the broader context of the camp, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the basement environment carried a consistent atmosphere, where the repetition of structural elements and the absence of external variation created a stable but highly constrained setting, and this stability influenced how individuals interpreted their surroundings, where the lack of change became a defining feature of the experience, and as this develops, the concept of internal adaptation becomes increasingly nuanced, where individuals within the basement spaces learned to navigate the environment by aligning their awareness with its patterns, using observation and repetition to interpret subtle cues and changes, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the environment, where familiarity with the space provided a framework for understanding, even within its limitations, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the basement spaces played a crucial role in the overall structure of Block 11, providing a level of confinement that was distinct from other areas, and as this develops further, the connection between spatial design, sensory experience, and control becomes increasingly clear, where the physical characteristics of the basement supported the building's function as a space of intensified confinement, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the patterns established within these subterranean spaces contributed to the broader understanding of how Block 11 operated, shaping both the environment and the perception of those within it, and thus, the examination of basement spaces reveals how the combination of location, design, and sensory limitation created a unique and highly controlled environment, reinforcing the layered and complex nature of confinement within this distinct part of Auschwitz. Chapter 7, Segment 1. The Courtyard and the Space Between Structures. As one expands the focus beyond the interior of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the exterior courtyard adjoining the building begins to take on increasing significance, and it becomes evident that this space, positioned between structures, functioned not as an open or freely accessible area, but as a controlled extension of the building's environment, where space, movement, and visibility were all structured according to the same principles that define the interior, and as this develops, the concept of transitional space emerges, where the courtyard existed as a boundary zone between enclosed interiors and the broader camp, yet maintained a distinct identity shaped by restriction and oversight, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the courtyard's position between Block 11 and adjacent buildings created a contained area that could be accessed and observed with precision, reinforcing its role as part of a controlled system, and this containment ensured that the space did not function as a point of free circulation, but as an environment with specific and limited purposes, and as this develops further, the physical characteristics of the courtyard become significant, where walls, surfaces, and defined edges created a clear spatial boundary, and these boundaries contributed to the perception of the courtyard as an enclosed exterior, where the openness of the sky contrasted with the restriction of the surrounding structures, creating a unique spatial experience. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the courtyard introduced elements not present within the interior, such as natural light and open air, yet these elements existed within a controlled framework where movement was directed and the use of space was limited, and this contrast between openness and restriction contributed to a layered experience, where the courtyard functioned as both an extension of the building and a distinct environment within the camp, and as this develops, the relationship between space and observation becomes increasingly clear, where the courtyard's layout allowed for clear lines of sight, ensuring that any activity within it could be monitored from surrounding positions, and this visibility reinforced the system of control, where even open spaces were structured to maintain oversight, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the courtyard served as a critical component in the overall operation of Block 11, providing a space where certain actions could occur within a controlled exterior setting, and as this develops further, the concept of spatial contrast becomes central, where the difference between the enclosed interior and the open yet restricted courtyard highlighted the layered nature of the environment, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals moving through or encountering this space had to interpret its structure, recognizing that it differed from both the interior of the building and the broader camp, and this understanding was shaped by observation and repetition, where the consistent use of the space reinforced its function, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the courtyard was not merely an empty area, but a structured and purposeful environment, contributing to the overall system of Block 11 and shaping the experience of those within its boundaries. As the understanding of the courtyard deepens, its role within the broader structure of Block 11 becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that this space functioned as a point of interaction between different elements of the camp, where the controlled environment of the building extended outward into an area that remained open yet carefully regulated, and as this develops, the concept of spatial extension becomes increasingly significant, where the courtyard can be understood as an exterior continuation of the building's function, carrying the same principles of control, observation, and limitation into an open setting, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the courtyard's design allowed it to serve as a transitional zone, where movement between structures could occur under defined conditions, reinforcing the structured nature of the environment, and as this develops further, the role of visibility becomes more pronounced, where the open nature of the courtyard, combined with its enclosed boundaries, created a space that was highly observable, ensuring that activity within it remained within the awareness of those overseeing the area, and this visibility contributed to the perception of the courtyard as a controlled environment, where openness did not equate to freedom of movement, but rather to a different form of structured space. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the courtyard introduced a different set of environmental cues, where natural light, weather, and open air interacted with the structured conditions of the camp, creating a layered atmosphere that combined elements of both interior and exterior space. And this interaction influenced how the space was perceived, where the contrast between openness and restriction became a defining feature, and as this develops, the concept of controlled exposure becomes central, where the courtyard allowed for interaction with the external environment while maintaining the boundaries and limitations imposed by the system. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the courtyard played a crucial role in shaping the spatial organization of Block 11, providing a setting in which the building's function could extend beyond its walls while remaining within the framework of control. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals encountering this space had to interpret its dual nature, recognizing both its openness and its restrictions, and this understanding was shaped by repeated exposure to the environment, where patterns of use and observation reinforced its role within the system. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the courtyard contributed to the overall complexity of Block 11, creating a multi-dimensional environment in which interior and exterior spaces were interconnected, and thus the examination of this space reveals how the design of the camp allowed for variation within a controlled structure, shaping both the physical layout and the perceptual experience of those within it, and reinforcing the layered and integrated nature of Auschwitz as a whole. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Boundaries, Walls, and the Definition of Exterior Limits. As one continues to examine the exterior environment surrounding Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the presence of walls and defined boundaries becomes increasingly significant, and it becomes evident that these structures were not merely physical enclosures, but essential components in shaping how space was organized, perceived, and controlled. And as this develops, the concept of exterior limits emerges as a central element, where the boundaries surrounding the courtyard and adjacent areas define the extent of movement and interaction, creating a space that was both open and contained. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the walls served as clear markers of separation, distinguishing the courtyard from the broader camp while maintaining its integration within the overall structure, and this dual function contributed to a layered spatial experience, where the courtyard existed as a distinct zone within a larger system. And as this develops further, the physical characteristics of these walls become important, where their height, solidity, and continuity created a sense of enclosure that contrasted with the openness of the sky above, and this contrast influenced perception, where the environment felt both exposed and restricted at the same time. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the presence of walls shaped how sound, light, and movement were experienced within the courtyard, where echoes, shadows, and defined pathways created a structured atmosphere that reinforced the boundaries of the space. And as this develops, the relationship between boundaries and movement becomes increasingly clear, where the walls directed the flow of activity within the courtyard, ensuring that movement remained within defined limits and followed predictable patterns, and this direction contributed to the overall sense of order, where the environment was organized according to clear spatial rules, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the boundaries surrounding Block 11 were not simply barriers but active elements of the system, shaping how the space functioned and how it was experienced. And as this develops further, the concept of visibility becomes central, where the enclosed nature of the courtyard allowed for controlled lines of sight, ensuring that activity within the space could be observed from specific vantage points, and this visibility reinforced the system of oversight, where boundaries did not obscure activity but framed it within a controlled environment. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals encountering this space had to interpret its limits, recognizing the role of walls in defining where movement could occur and how the environment was structured, and this understanding was shaped by observation and repetition, where the consistent presence of boundaries reinforced their significance. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the walls and boundaries surrounding Block 11 played a crucial role in defining its exterior environment, shaping both the physical layout and the perception of space within this controlled setting. As the understanding of boundaries and walls deepens, their influence on perception, awareness, and the overall experience of space becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that these structures functioned not only as physical limits, but as defining elements that shaped how the environment was understood and navigated. And as this develops, the concept of spatial definition becomes increasingly significant, where the presence of walls created a clear distinction between different zones within the camp, allowing for the organization of space into areas with specific functions. And this organization contributed to the structured nature of the environment, where each space was defined by its boundaries and the conditions within them. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the walls surrounding the courtyard and Block 11 created a sense of contained openness, where the space was visually open to the sky but physically enclosed, creating a unique spatial experience that combined elements of exposure and restriction. And as this develops further, the role of perception becomes more apparent, where individuals within or near the courtyard experienced the boundaries not only as physical barriers but as defining features of the environment, influencing how space was interpreted and understood. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the walls shaped the atmosphere of the courtyard through their interaction with light and sound, where shadows shifted along surfaces and sounds were contained within the enclosed area, creating a consistent and structured sensory environment. And as this develops, the concept of controlled visibility becomes central, where the design of the boundaries ensured that activity within the courtyard remained observable while limiting the ability to see beyond the enclosed space. And this selective visibility reinforced the sense of containment, where the environment was defined by what could be seen and what remained beyond the walls. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the boundaries surrounding Block 11 played a crucial role in maintaining the function of the space, providing a framework through which movement, observation, and interaction could be regulated. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learned to navigate the environment by interpreting the limits imposed by the walls, using these boundaries as reference points for understanding the structure of the space. And this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent presence of boundaries reinforced their role within the system. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the walls and exterior limits of Block 11 contributed to the overall complexity of its environment, creating a space that was both integrated into the camp and distinct in its structure, and thus the examination of boundaries reveals how physical limits can shape both the organization and the perception of space, reinforcing the controlled and layered nature of this area. Within Auschwitz, Chapter 7, Segment 3, Exterior Observation and the Continuity of Control. As one continues to examine the exterior environment surrounding Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the concept of observation extends beyond the interior and becomes a defining element of the space outside, and it becomes evident that the courtyard and surrounding areas were structured not only as physical environments but as spaces where visibility and oversight were continuously maintained, and as this develops, the concept of exterior observation emerges as a central feature, where the openness of the courtyard allowed for clear lines of sight, yet this openness was framed by boundaries that ensured all activity remained within a controlled field of view, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of the space allowed for a balance between visibility and containment, where individuals within the courtyard were exposed to observation while remaining confined within defined limits, and this balance reinforced the broader system of control, where even exterior spaces were integrated into the structured framework of the camp, and as this develops further, the positioning of surrounding structures becomes significant, where adjacent buildings and vantage points created opportunities for observation from multiple directions, ensuring that the courtyard did not function as an isolated area but as part of a network of visible spaces, and this interconnected visibility contributed to a sense of continuity, where the system of oversight extended seamlessly from interior corridors to exterior areas, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the courtyard carried a distinct atmosphere, where natural light and open air contrasted with the enclosed interiors, yet the presence of boundaries and observation points maintained a structured environment, and this contrast created a layered experience, where openness did not diminish control but redefined how it was expressed, and as this develops, the relationship between observation and movement becomes increasingly clear, where the design of the courtyard guided activity in a way that remained visible and predictable, ensuring that movement aligned with the expectations of the system, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that exterior observation played a crucial role in maintaining the operation of Block 11, providing a means through which oversight could be extended beyond the building itself, and as this develops further, the concept of continuity becomes central, where the principles of control, visibility, and structure remained consistent across both interior and exterior spaces, creating a unified environment in which all areas functioned according to the same underlying system, and, as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals encountering this space had to interpret the patterns of observation, recognizing how visibility influenced movement and behavior, and this understanding was shaped by repetition, where the consistent structure of the environment reinforced its rules, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that exterior observation was not separate from the function of Block 11, but an extension of it, shaping both the environment and the experience of those within its boundaries. As the understanding of exterior observation deepens, its influence on perception, awareness, and the overall experience of space becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the continuous presence of visibility within the courtyard created an environment in which awareness was shaped not only by physical boundaries but by the understanding that activity was always significant, where the openness of the courtyard did not equate to freedom, but to a different form of structured visibility, where individuals were aware of being within a space that could be observed from multiple points, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this awareness influenced how the environment was experienced, where movement and presence were interpreted within the context of visibility, and as this develops further, the role of spatial arrangement becomes more apparent, where the positioning of walls, entrances, and surrounding structures created a framework in which observation could be maintained without interruption, and this framework ensured that the courtyard functioned as part of a continuous system of oversight rather than as an isolated area, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the interplay between light, shadow, and structure contributed to the perception of the space, where the openness of the sky contrasted with the defined edges of the courtyard, creating a visual environment that reinforced both exposure and limitation, and as this develops, the concept of controlled environment becomes central, where the design of the courtyard ensured that all activity remained within a structured and observable space, aligning with the broader principles of the camp, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the extension of observation into exterior spaces demonstrates how the system of Block 11 operated as a cohesive whole, where interior and exterior environments were interconnected through shared principles of control and structure, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals within or near the courtyard learned to interpret the patterns of visibility, understanding how the arrangement of space influenced perception and behavior, and this adaptation was shaped by repetition, where the consistent nature of the environment allowed for familiarity with its structure, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that exterior observation contributed to the overall function of Block 11, reinforcing its role as a controlled and integrated space within Auschwitz, and thus the examination of this stage reveals how visibility, when structured and continuous, becomes a defining element of the environment, shaping both the organization of space and the experience of those within it. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Integration with the wider camp system. As one steps back to consider Block 11 within the broader structure of Auschwitz I, it becomes evident that, despite its distinct function and intensified conditions, the building did not operate in isolation but was deeply integrated into the wider system of the camp, and as this develops, the concept of systemic connection emerges as a central theme, where every aspect of Block 11, from its location to its internal organization, was linked to the larger network of movement, administration, and routine that defined Auschwitz, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the building functioned as a specialized component within a broader framework where its role was both distinct and interconnected, allowing it to contribute to the overall operation of the camp while maintaining its unique characteristics, and this integration ensured that the processes occurring within Block 11 were aligned with the wider system, where decisions, movements, and transitions were coordinated with other areas of the camp, reinforcing the sense of continuity, and as this develops further, the relationship between internal and external movement becomes increasingly significant, where individuals were brought into Block 11 through established pathways that connected it to other parts of the camp, and these pathways ensured that the building remained part of the structured flow of activity, rather than a detached or hidden space, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment surrounding Block 11 reflected the broader patterns of the camp, where sounds of movement, distant activity, and structured routines were present, creating a connection between the building and its surroundings, and this connection influenced how the space was perceived, where the distinction between Block 11 and the rest of the camp was defined not by separation, but by variation within a shared system, and as this develops, the concept of functional alignment becomes central, where the operations within Block 11 were designed to support the broader objectives of the camp, integrating its role into the larger structure of control and organization. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the integration of Block 11 into the camp system demonstrates how specialized spaces can function within a unified framework, contributing to the overall operation while maintaining distinct characteristics. And as this develops further, the relationship between structure and coordination becomes more apparent, where the design of the building allowed for efficient interaction with other areas, ensuring that movement, communication, and oversight could occur without disruption. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the camp developed an awareness of this integration, recognizing how Block 11 fit within the larger system through observation of movement and patterns, and this awareness contributed to a broader understanding of the camp's structure, where each building was seen as part of a connected whole. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that Block 11's role was defined not only by its internal conditions but by its relationship to the wider camp, and thus the examination of its integration reveals how the building functioned as a key component within the larger system of Auschwitz. As the understanding of Block 11's integration within the wider camp system deepens, the interconnected nature of its function becomes more apparent, and it becomes evident that the building operated as part of a continuous network in which space, movement, and administration were all aligned to create a cohesive structure. And as this develops, the concept of systemic continuity becomes increasingly significant, where the processes within Block 11 were not isolated events, but part of a sequence that extended across different areas of the camp, linking the building to broader patterns of operation. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this continuity ensured consistency, where the same principles of order, control, and routine that defined the camp were also present within Block 11, even as they were expressed in a more concentrated form. And as this develops further, the role of coordination becomes central, where the interaction between Block 11 and other parts of the camp required a structured approach to movement and communication, ensuring that transitions between spaces occurred smoothly and according to established procedures, and this coordination reinforced the building's role within the system, where its function was integrated into the overall operation rather than functioning independently. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment surrounding Block 11 carried a sense of continuity with the rest of the camp, where the patterns of movement, sound, and activity created a connection between spaces, even when their functions differed, and this connection contributed to the perception of the camp as a unified environment where each part was linked to the others through shared structure. And as this develops, the concept of relational awareness becomes increasingly important, where individuals within the camp developed an understanding of how different areas were connected, recognizing the role of Block 11 within the larger framework through observation and experience. And this awareness shaped how the building was perceived, where it was understood not only as a distinct space but as part of a broader system. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the integration of Block 11 into the camp system played a crucial role in maintaining the overall operation, ensuring that its function contributed to the larger structure of control and organization, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals adjusted to the interconnected nature of the environment, learning to navigate the relationships between different spaces through observation and repetition, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the system, where the repetition of patterns across the camp allowed for a deeper understanding of its structure, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the integration of Block 11 within Auschwitz contributed to the overall complexity of the camp, creating a network of interconnected spaces that function together as a cohesive whole, and thus the examination of this stage reveals how the building's role was defined not only by its internal conditions, but by its place within a larger system, reinforcing the structured and interconnected nature of Auschwitz as a whole. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Administrative Processes and Internal Coordination. As one continues to examine the integration of Block 11 within the broader structure of Auschwitz I, the role of administrative processes becomes increasingly central, and it becomes evident that the building did not operate solely through physical design and spatial organization, but through a system of coordination that connected it to the wider framework of the camp. And as this develops, the concept of administrative flow emerges as a defining element, where decisions, movements, and actions within Block 11 were aligned with a structured process that ensured consistency and continuity across different areas, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the building functioned as part of a larger network in which information, authority, and procedure were interconnected, allowing its specialized role to be maintained while remaining integrated into the overall system, and this integration ensured that the operations within Block 11 were not isolated, but coordinated with other functions of the camp, reinforcing the sense of a unified structure, and as this develops further, the relationship between administration and space becomes increasingly apparent, where the layout of the building supported the implementation of these processes, allowing for controlled movement, regulated access, and structured transitions that aligned with administrative decisions. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the presence of administrative coordination was reflected in the patterns of activity within and around the building, where movements occurred in an organized manner, transitions followed predictable sequences, and the overall environment maintained a sense of order that corresponded to the underlying processes. And as this develops, the concept of procedural consistency becomes central, where the repetition of actions and decisions created a stable framework through which the building operated, ensuring that each stage of its function was carried out in alignment with established rules. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the administrative processes governing Block 11 played a crucial role in maintaining its function, providing a structured system through which its operations could be coordinated with the wider camp, and as this develops further, the relationship between coordination and control becomes more apparent, where the integration of administrative procedures ensured that all aspects of the building's operation remained aligned with the broader objectives of the camp, reinforcing its role within the system. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the camp developed an awareness of these processes, recognizing patterns of movement, timing, and organization that reflected the underlying administrative structure, and this awareness contributed to a broader understanding of how Block 11 functioned within the camp, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the administrative processes of Block 11 were essential in shaping both its operation and its integration within Auschwitz, and thus the examination of these processes reveals how coordination and structure were maintained across different levels of the system. As the understanding of administrative processes deepens, their influence on perception, awareness, and the overall functioning of Block 11 becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the coordination of actions within the building was not only a matter of organization, but also a means of reinforcing the structure and continuity of the environment. And as this develops, the concept of systemic coordination becomes increasingly significant, where the alignment of processes across different areas of the camp ensured that Block 11 operated as part of a cohesive whole, rather than as an isolated component. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the repetition of administrative actions created a pattern that defined the rhythm of activity within the building, where movements, transitions, and decisions followed a structured sequence that reinforced the sense of order. And as this develops further, the role of timing becomes more apparent, where the coordination of actions required a consistent approach to when and how processes occurred, ensuring that the building's operation remained aligned with the broader system. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that this coordination was reflected in the environment through the predictable nature of activity, where the repetition of movement and the structured use of space created a rhythm that could be observed and understood, and this rhythm contributed to the perception of the building as a controlled and organized environment. And as this develops, the concept of relational awareness becomes central, where individuals within the camp developed an understanding of how different processes were connected, recognizing the patterns that linked Block 11 to other areas and functions, and this awareness shaped how the building was perceived, where it was understood as part of a larger system rather than as a separate entity. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the administrative coordination of Block 11 played a crucial role in maintaining its function, ensuring that its operations were consistent, predictable, and aligned with the overall structure of the camp. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals adjusted to the patterns of coordination, learning to interpret the timing and sequence of actions through observation and repetition. And this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the system, where the repetition of processes allowed for familiarity to develop, even within a constrained environment. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the administrative processes of Block 11 contributed to the overall complexity and efficiency of the camp, creating a network of coordinated actions that supported its operation. And thus the examination of this stage reveals how administrative structure and spatial organization work together to create a cohesive and controlled environment, reinforcing the integrated nature of Auschwitz as a whole. Chapter 8, Segment 3. Continuity between spaces and the unified system. As one continues to examine the relationship between Block 11 and the wider structure of Auschwitz I, the concept of continuity between spaces becomes increasingly central, and it becomes evident that the different environments within and around the building, interior corridors, enclosed cells, basement areas, and exterior courtyards, were not isolated zones, but interconnected components of a unified system. And as this develops, the idea of spatial continuity emerges as a defining feature, where movement, observation, and structure extended across boundaries, linking each part of the environment into a cohesive whole. and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the transitions between spaces were carefully structured, allowing individuals to move from one area to another through defined pathways that reinforced the organization of the building, and this organization ensured that each space, while distinct in its characteristics, remained connected to the broader framework, contributing to a consistent experience of structure and control. And as this develops further, the role of transitional points becomes significant, where doorways, stairways, and corridors functioned as connectors between different environments, guiding movement while maintaining the boundaries that defined each space, and these connectors created a sequence through which the building could be navigated, reinforcing the idea that all areas were part of a continuous system. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the experience of moving between spaces involved noticeable changes in light, sound, and spatial perception, and these changes marked the boundaries between different areas while also highlighting their connection, creating a layered experience in which continuity was maintained through variation. And as this develops, the relationship between interior and exterior spaces becomes increasingly apparent, where the courtyard acted as a bridge between enclosed environments, linking the internal structure of Block 11 to the broader camp while maintaining its own controlled conditions. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the continuity between spaces allowed Block 11 to function as an integrated component of Auschwitz, where each area contributed to the overall operation while maintaining its specific role. And as this develops further, the concept of unified structure becomes central, where the building and its surrounding areas formed a single system, defined by consistent principles of organization, observation, and control. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the environment developed an understanding of this continuity, recognizing how different spaces were connected and how movement between them followed predictable patterns, and this understanding was shaped by observation and repetition, where the consistent structure of transitions allowed for familiarity to develop. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the continuity between spaces was essential in shaping both the physical layout and the experiential understanding of Block 11, reinforcing its role as a unified and structured environment within the larger system of Auschwitz. As the understanding of continuity within Block 11 deepens, the relationship between connected spaces and the overall experience of the environment becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the integration of different areas into a unified system influenced not only how the building functioned but how it was perceived and navigated. And as this develops, the concept of systemic unity becomes increasingly significant, where each space, regardless of its level of confinement or openness, was part of a larger framework that operated according to consistent principles. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the repetition of structural elements across different areas contributed to this sense of unity, where similar materials, layouts, and patterns created a cohesive visual and spatial identity, even as variations existed. And as this develops further, the role of perception becomes more apparent, where individuals within the environment interpreted the building as a connected whole, recognizing patterns that linked different spaces together, and this recognition contributed to a broader awareness of the system, where the boundaries between areas were understood not as divisions, but as transitions within a continuous structure. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the interplay between different environments created a layered experience, where contrasts in light, sound, and spatial arrangement defined each space while reinforcing their connection, and this interplay contributed to a dynamic perception of the building where continuity was maintained through variation, and as this develops, the concept of structured flow becomes central, where movement through the building followed a sequence that linked different areas into a coherent pathway, ensuring that all activity remained aligned with the overall system, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the continuity between spaces played a crucial role in maintaining the operation of Block 11, providing a framework through which its various functions could be integrated into a single, cohesive environment, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learn to navigate this continuity by recognizing patterns of movement and transition, using observation and repetition to understand how different areas were connected, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the system, where repeated exposure to the environment reinforced its structure, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the unified system of Block 11 contributed to its effectiveness as a controlled and organized space, allowing it to function as part of the broader network of Auschwitz while maintaining its distinct role, and thus the examination of continuity reveals how interconnected spaces can create a cohesive environment, shaping both the organization of space and the experience of those within it, and reinforcing the integrated nature of this distinct part of Auschwitz. Chapter 9, Segment 1. Perception, Memory, and the Interpretation of Space. As one continues to reflect on the environment of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the role of perception begins to extend beyond immediate experience and into the formation of memory, and it becomes evident that the way space was structured influenced not only how it was navigated in the present but how it was later understood and recalled, and as this develops, the concept of perceptual imprint emerges as a central theme, where the repetition of spatial patterns, corridors, cells, doors, and transitions created a consistent framework that shaped awareness over time. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the uniformity and structure of the building contributed to a distinct form of spatial memory, where the environment could be recognized and interpreted through recurring elements, even as the experience within it remained constrained, and as this develops further, the relationship between perception and repetition becomes increasingly significant, where the consistent design of the building reinforced certain visual and spatial cues, allowing individuals to form a mental understanding of the layout through repeated exposure, and this understanding was not based on freedom of movement but on the ability to observe patterns within a limited environment. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that memory was shaped by the combination of visual, auditory, and spatial experiences, where the texture of walls, the alignment of corridors, the sound of movement, and the transitions between spaces all contributed to the formation of a lasting impression, and this impression was influenced by the consistency of the environment, where repeated encounters with the same elements reinforced their significance. And as this develops, the concept of interpretive awareness becomes central, where individuals did not simply experience the space but interpreted it, forming an understanding of how it functioned and how its different parts were connected. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the structure of Block 11 influenced not only immediate experience but also long-term perception, where the organization of space shaped how it was remembered and understood. And as this develops further, the relationship between memory and structure becomes more apparent, where The design of the building provided a framework that guided both experience and recollection, ensuring that the environment could be interpreted as a cohesive system, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building developed a form of spatial awareness that extended beyond the present moment, allowing them to anticipate movement, recognize patterns, and understand the environment in a broader context, and this awareness contributed to the formation of memory, where the repetition of experience created a lasting understanding of space, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that perception within Block 11 was not limited to immediate observation, but played a crucial role in shaping how the environment was interpreted over time, and thus the examination of perception and memory reveals how structured space can influence both experience and understanding within a controlled environment. As the understanding of perception and memory deepens, their relationship to the interpretation of space becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the structured environment of Block 11 influenced not only what was observed, but how those observations were organized and understood, creating a framework in which memory was shaped by both repetition and limitation. And as this develops, the concept of constructed understanding becomes increasingly significant, where individuals formed a sense of the environment through the accumulation of repeated experiences, interpreting patterns of movement, transitions, and spatial relationships to build a cohesive mental representation of the building, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this representation was influenced by the constraints of the environment, where limited access to certain areas and restricted movement shaped how space was perceived, resulting in an understanding that was both detailed in certain aspects and incomplete in others. And as this develops further, the role of continuity becomes central, where the consistent structure of the building allowed for a stable framework in which memory could develop, reinforcing the connection between different spaces and creating a sense of unity within the environment. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the repetition of sensory experiences, such as the patterns of light and shadow, the sounds within corridors, and the spatial arrangement of cells, contributed to a layered form of memory, where different elements combined to create a comprehensive understanding of the environment, and this layered memory allowed individuals to navigate the space mentally, even within the constraints imposed by the building. And as this develops, the concept of interpretive continuity becomes more defined, where the connection between past experiences and present awareness shaped how the environment was understood, allowing for a deeper interpretation of its structure and function. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the relationship between perception and memory played a crucial role in shaping the experience of Block 11, where the structured design of the building influenced not only immediate awareness but also long-term understanding. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learned to interpret the environment through repeated exposure, using memory as a tool for navigating and understanding the space, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the building's design, where the repetition of elements reinforced their significance. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the interpretation of space within Block 11 reflects the broader principles of structure and control that defined the camp, where even perception and memory were influenced by the design of the environment, and thus the examination of this stage reveals how structured space can shape not only physical experience but also the way it is understood and remembered, reinforcing The complexity of Block 11 as a distinct and controlled part of Auschwitz. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Awareness, Anticipation, and the Interpretation of Process. As one continues to reflect on the internal environment of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the concept of awareness begins to extend beyond simple observation and becomes closely linked to the interpretation of ongoing processes, and it becomes evident that within a structured and repetitive environment, individuals developed an understanding not only of space but of how events unfolded within that space over time, and as this develops, the concept of process. Awareness emerges as a defining feature where the repetition of movement, the sequence of transitions, and the consistency of routines allowed for patterns to be recognized, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that awareness was shaped by these patterns, where individuals learned to interpret the environment by observing how actions followed one another, creating a sense of continuity that extended beyond individual moments. And as this develops further, the role of anticipation becomes increasingly significant, where the recognition of patterns allowed individuals to form expectations about what might occur next, and this anticipation influenced how time was experienced, where the present moment was understood in relation to what had occurred before and what might follow. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment provided cues that supported this form of awareness, where sounds of movement, changes in light, and the sequence of activity within corridors and spaces created a framework through which processes could be interpreted, and these cues contributed to a layered perception of the environment, where each element carried meaning within the broader pattern. And as this develops, the relationship between awareness and structure becomes increasingly clear, where the design of Block 11 allowed for the repetition of processes to occur in a consistent manner, reinforcing the ability to recognize patterns and form expectations. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that awareness within this environment was not passive, but active, involving the continuous interpretation of events and conditions. And as this develops further, the concept of temporal interpretation becomes central, where individuals understood the passage of time through the sequence of processes rather than through external markers, creating a form of temporal awareness that was shaped by the structure of the building. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within Block 11 adjusted to this environment by refining their ability to observe and interpret patterns, using repetition as a means of understanding the system, and this adaptation was influenced by the consistency of the environment, where the repetition of processes provided a stable framework for awareness. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the development of awareness and anticipation within Block 11 reveals how structured environments shape perception, allowing individuals to interpret ongoing processes even within highly controlled conditions, and thus the examination of this stage highlights the role of awareness in navigating and understanding a structured system. As the understanding of awareness and anticipation deepens, their connection to the interpretation of process becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the structured nature of Block 11 created an environment in which the perception of events was shaped by both repetition and limitation, allowing individuals to form an understanding of processes while remaining within a confined and controlled setting. And as this develops, the concept of predictive awareness becomes increasingly significant, where the recognition of recurring patterns allowed individuals to anticipate sequences of events, creating a sense of expectation that influenced how the environment was experienced, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this anticipation was not based on certainty but on probability, where repeated exposure to similar sequences allowed for the formation of expectations, even though variations could occur, and as this develops further, the role of perception becomes more nuanced, where individuals interpreted the environment through a combination of immediate observation and accumulated experience, creating a layered understanding of how processes unfolded, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment provided a range of cues that supported this interpretation, where the timing of movement, the sequence of sounds, and the transitions between spaces all contributed to a pattern that could be recognized and understood, and these cues allowed individuals to construct a sense of continuity within the environment, where each moment was connected to a broader sequence, and as this develops, the concept of interpretive adaptation becomes central, where individuals learn to align their awareness with the structure of the environment, using observation and repetition to navigate processes and anticipate changes, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the system, where repeated patterns reinforced understanding, even within a constrained setting, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the development of awareness and anticipation within Block 11 played a crucial role in shaping the experience of the environment, allowing individuals to interpret processes and form expectations within a structured system, and as this develops further, the relationship between perception, time, and structure becomes increasingly interconnected, where each element influenced the others, creating a cohesive framework through which the environment was understood. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the ability to interpret and anticipate processes contributed to a deeper understanding of how Block 11 functioned, shaping both the immediate experience and the broader perception of the space, and thus the examination of awareness and anticipation reveals how structured environments influence not only physical conditions but also the way in which events are perceived, interpreted, and understood over time, reinforcing the complexity of Block 11 as a controlled and organized component of Auschwitz. Chapter 9, Segment 3: Interpretation, Meaning, and the Lasting Understanding of Space. As one continues to reflect on the full environment of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, the concept of interpretation begins to move beyond immediate awareness and develops into a broader understanding of meaning, and it becomes evident that the structured nature of the building influenced not only how it was experienced but how it was understood in a wider context, and as this develops, the idea of interpretive meaning emerges as a central element, where the repetition of spatial patterns, the organization of movement, and the layering of confinement contributed to a perception of the environment that extended beyond its physical characteristics, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the building's design created a framework through which individuals could interpret its function, recognizing how each element, cells, corridors, barriers, and transitions fit into a larger system, and this recognition allowed for a deeper understanding of how the space operated, where meaning was derived not from isolated features but from the relationships between them, and as this develops further, the role of cumulative experience becomes increasingly significant, where repeated exposure to the environment allowed individuals to build a comprehensive understanding of its structure, and this understanding was shaped by the consistency of the design, where patterns could be recognized and interpreted over time, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that perception played a crucial role in shaping interpretation, where the combination of visual, auditory and spatial experiences contributed to the formation of meaning, and this process of interpretation was influenced by both the immediate environment and the broader awareness of the system, creating a layered understanding that connected individual spaces to the overall structure. And as this develops, the concept of structural meaning becomes central, where the organization of the building itself conveyed information about its function, and this information could be interpreted through observation of how space was arranged and used, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the interpretation of Block 11 extended beyond its physical boundaries, contributing to a broader understanding of how the camp operated as a whole. And as this develops further, the relationship between interpretation and awareness becomes more apparent, where the ability to recognize patterns and connections allowed individuals to form a cohesive understanding of the environment. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building developed this interpretive awareness through observation and repetition, using their experiences to construct meaning from the structured environment, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the system, where repeated patterns reinforced understanding. And as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that interpretation within Block 11 was not a passive process, but an active engagement with the environment, where meaning was constructed through the interaction between perception, memory, and structure, and thus the examination of interpretation reveals how structured space can influence not only experience, but the way it is understood and given meaning over time. As the understanding of interpretation and meaning deepens, the lasting impact of structured space on perception and awareness becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the environment of Block 11 shaped not only immediate understanding but also the broader way in which such spaces are remembered and interpreted beyond the moment of experience. And as this develops, the concept of enduring perception becomes increasingly significant, where the structured nature of the building created a lasting framework through which it could be understood even when considered from a distance or over time. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the repetition of spatial elements and processes contributed to a stable and recognizable identity, where the building could be interpreted as a cohesive system, rather than a collection of separate parts. And as this develops further, the role of continuity becomes central, where the consistent patterns within the environment allowed for a unified understanding to emerge, connecting different experiences into a single interpretive framework. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the memory of space is shaped by the accumulation of sensory details, where the repetition of light, sound, and spatial arrangement contributes to a lasting impression, and this impression forms the basis for interpretation, allowing the environment to be understood in a broader context. And as this develops, the concept of reflective understanding becomes more defined, where individuals or observers interpret the environment by connecting past experiences with present awareness, creating a layered understanding that evolves over time. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the meaning of Block 11 is not confined to its physical structure, but extends into the way it is interpreted as part of a larger historical and spatial context. And as this develops further, the relationship between structure and meaning becomes increasingly interconnected, where the design of the building influences how it is perceived, and this perception shapes its interpretation, creating a continuous cycle between experience and understanding. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals who encountered this environment developed an interpretive framework through observation and repetition, using their experiences to construct meaning that could persist over time, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the environment, where repeated exposure reinforced the connections between different elements, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the interpretation of Block 11 reflects the broader principles of structure, control, and organization that define the camp, providing insight into how space can influence both experience and understanding, and thus the examination of interpretation and meaning reveals how the structured environment of Block 11 contributed to a lasting and complex understanding of space, reinforcing its role as a distinct and significant component within Auschwitz. Chapter 10, Segment 1. The System as a Whole and the Logic of Structure. As one considers the full structure of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, it becomes evident that the building cannot be understood solely through its individual parts, but must be viewed as a complete and interconnected system, where each element, cells, corridors, barriers, courtyard, and levels functions together to create a unified environment, and as this develops, the concept of systemic logic emerges as a central theme, where the arrangement of space, the regulation of movement, and the layering of confinement all contribute to a structure that operates according to consistent principles, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of Block 11 was not random or fragmented, but organized in a way that allowed each component to reinforce the others, creating a cohesive framework in which control, observation, and separation were integrated into every aspect of the environment, and this integration ensured that the building functioned as a complete system rather than a collection of isolated features, and as this develops further, the relationship between structure and function becomes increasingly apparent, where the physical layout of the building supported its operational role, allowing for movement to be guided, interaction to be limited, and oversight to be maintained, and this alignment between design and purpose created an environment in which the system could operate with consistency, reinforcing the sense of order that defined the space. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment reflected this systemic logic through patterns of repetition, where similar corridors, cells, and transitions created a predictable structure that could be recognized and understood, and this predictability contributed to the perception of the building as an organized and controlled environment, and as this develops, the concept of interconnectedness becomes central, where each part of the building was linked to others through pathways, transitions, and shared design elements, creating a network in which all spaces were related, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the systemic nature of Block 11 allowed it to function effectively within the larger structure of Auschwitz, where its internal organization aligned with the broader principles of the camp, and as this develops further, the idea of structural coherence becomes more defined, where the consistency of design across different areas of the building created a unified identity, allowing the environment to be understood as a whole, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building developed an awareness of this system through observation and repetition, recognizing patterns and connections that revealed how the environment operated. And this awareness contributed to a deeper understanding of the structure, where the building was perceived not as a series of separate spaces, but as a cohesive system, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the logic of structure within Block 11 was fundamental to its function, shaping both the physical environment and the experience of those within it, and thus the examination of the system as a whole reveals how interconnected design and consistent principles created a controlled and unified space within Auschwitz. As the understanding of Block 11 as a complete system deepens, the relationship between its structural logic and the experience of those within it becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the organization of the building influenced not only how it functioned but how it was perceived and interpreted, creating an environment in which each element contributed to a broader sense of order and continuity, and as this develops, the concept of systemic perception becomes increasingly significant, where individuals within the building interpreted their surroundings through the recognition of patterns, connections, and repetitions that define the structure, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this perception was shaped by the consistency of the environment, where the repetition of similar features across different areas reinforced the sense of unity, allowing the building to be understood as a coherent whole. And as this develops further, the role of process becomes more apparent, where the operation of the building was defined by a sequence of actions that aligned with its structure, creating a continuous flow that connected different spaces and functions, and this flow contributed to the perception of the system as dynamic yet controlled, where movement and activity occurred within defined limits. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment carried a rhythm created by the repetition of movement, sound, and spatial transitions, and this rhythm reinforced the sense of order, where each element of the building contributed to a consistent pattern, and as this develops, the concept of structural reinforcement becomes central, where each part of the system supported the others, ensuring that the overall structure remained stable and functional. And as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the systemic organization of Block 11 played a crucial role in shaping its identity within Auschwitz, where its function was defined by the interaction of its components. And as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals within the building learned to interpret the system through observation, recognizing how different elements interacted and how patterns repeated over time, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the structure, where familiarity with its design allowed for a deeper understanding of its operation. And as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the logic of structure within Block 11 reflects broader principles of organization and control, where the integration of space, movement, and process created a unified environment that could function efficiently within the larger system of Auschwitz, and thus the examination of this stage reveals how the building operated as a complete system, shaping both the physical environment and the perceptual experience of those within it, and reinforcing its role as a distinct and integral part of the camp. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Continuity over time and the persistence of structure. As one reflects on the full development of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, it becomes evident that the structure of the building was not only defined by its spatial organization, but by its ability to persist over time as a consistent and repeatable system, and as this develops, the concept of continuity emerges as a central theme, where the patterns established within the building, movement through corridors, separation within cells, transitions between levels, and the integration of interior and exterior spaces, were not temporary arrangements but enduring elements that shaped the ongoing operation of the environment. And as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that the design of Block 11 allowed for a stable framework in which processes could be repeated with consistency, ensuring that the building maintained its function regardless of changes in scale or context, and this stability contributed to the perception of the environment as structured and predictable, where the repetition of patterns reinforced the sense of order, and as this develops further, the relationship between time and structure becomes increasingly apparent, where the persistence of spatial organization created a continuity that sequence, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment reflected this continuity through the repetition of visual and spatial elements, where corridors, cells, and barriers maintained their arrangement, creating a consistent backdrop against which activity occurred, and this consistency influenced perception, where the environment was understood as stable and enduring, even as individual experiences within it varied, and as this develops, the concept of structural permanence becomes central, where the building's design allowed it to function as a constant within the broader system, providing a reliable framework for the processes that occurred within it, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the persistence of structure within Block 11 played a crucial role in its integration within Auschwitz, where its consistent operation contributed to the overall stability of the camp's system, and as this develops further, the idea of repetition becomes more defined, where the ongoing use of the same spaces and pathways created a pattern that could be recognized and understood over time, reinforcing the connection between structure and experience. And as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within the building developed an awareness of this continuity, recognizing the repetition of patterns and using this understanding to navigate the environment, and this adaptation was shaped by the consistency of the design, where repeated exposure reinforced familiarity, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the continuity of structure within Block 11 was fundamental to its function, allowing it to operate as a stable and enduring system within Auschwitz, and thus the examination of persistence reveals how structured environments maintain their identity over time, through repetition and consistency. As the understanding of continuity over time deepens, the relationship between persistence, perception, and the experience of structure becomes more complex, and it becomes evident that the enduring nature of Block 11 influenced not only how it functioned, but how it was perceived and interpreted across different moments, creating a sense of stability within a highly controlled environment. And as this develops, the concept of temporal consistency becomes increasingly significant, where the repetition of spatial and procedural patterns created a framework in which time was experienced through continuity rather than change, and as one reflects on this arrangement, it becomes clear that this consistency allowed the building to maintain its identity, where the same corridors, cells, and transitions provided a recognizable structure that persisted across different stages of operation, and as this develops further, the role of perception becomes more apparent, where individuals within the environment interpreted this continuity through repeated encounters with the same elements, forming an understanding of the building as a stable an unchanging system. And as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the repetition of visual and auditory cues reinforced this perception, where the consistent arrangement of space and the recurring patterns of movement created a rhythm that defined the environment, and this rhythm contributed to the sense of permanence, where the building's structure appeared constant even as activity occurred within it. And as this develops, the concept of enduring awareness becomes central, where individuals developed a sustained understanding of the environment through continuous exposure, recognizing patterns that remained consistent over time, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the persistence of structure within Block 11 played a crucial role in shaping its function within Auschwitz, providing a reliable and predictable framework through which the building could operate, and as this develops further, the process of adaptation becomes more nuanced, where individuals learn to navigate this continuity by aligning their awareness with the patterns of the environment, using repetition as a means of understanding and orientation, and this adaptation was shaped by the stability of the structure, where the consistency of design reinforced familiarity, and as we consider the long-term significance of this arrangement, it becomes clear that the continuity of Block 11 reflects broader principles of structured environments, where persistence and repetition create a cohesive system that can operate over time, shaping both the physical organization and the perceptual experience of those within it, and thus the examination of continuity and persistence reveals how the enduring nature of structure contributes to the identity and function of Block 11 as a distinct and controlled space within Auschwitz. Chapter 10, Segment 3. Final Reflection and the Meaning of Structure. As one reflects on the complete structure and operation of Block 11 within Auschwitz I, it becomes evident that the building represents more than a collection of physical spaces, and instead can be understood as a fully developed system in which design, routine, observation, and perception are interconnected, and as this develops, the concept of structural meaning emerges as a central theme, where the arrangement of corridors, cells, barriers, levels, and exterior spaces collectively form an environment that operates according to consistent principles, and as one considers this arrangement, it becomes clear that each element of the building contributes to a larger framework, where the repetition of patterns and the consistency of design create a sense of order that defines both the function of the space and the experience within it, and as this develops further, the relationship between structure and interpretation becomes increasingly significant, where the environment is not only experienced physically, but understood through the patterns it presents, allowing individuals or observers to interpret how the system operates through observation of its organization, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the repetition of spatial elements, the consistency of movement, and the layering of environments create a unified perception of the building, where each part reinforces the others, and this reinforcement contributes to a cohesive understanding of the space as a complete system. And as this develops, the concept of integration becomes central, where interior and exterior spaces, movement and stillness, visibility and limitation all function together, creating an environment that is both complex and unified, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that Block 11 demonstrates how structure can be used to create a controlled and organized environment, where each element is aligned with a larger purpose, and as this develops further, the idea of continuity becomes more defined, where the persistence of patterns across time and space reinforces the stability of the system, allowing it to function consistently even as individual experiences within it vary, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals within this environment developed an awareness of its structure through observation and repetition, recognizing patterns and connections that revealed how the building operated, and this awareness contributed to a deeper understanding of the environment, where the system could be interpreted as a whole rather than as separate parts, and as one reflects on the significance of this stage, it becomes clear that the final understanding of Block 11 lies in recognizing it as a structured system, where space, process, and perception are interconnected, and thus the examination of its structure reveals how controlled environments are formed and maintained through the integration of multiple elements, shaping both the physical layout and the experience of those within it. As the reflection on Block 11 reaches its conclusion, the broader meaning of its structure becomes more fully realized, and it becomes evident that the building's significance lies not only in its physical design but in the way it illustrates the relationship between space, control, and perception, and as this develops, the concept of structural insight becomes increasingly significant, where the detailed examination of the building reveals how environments can be organized in a way that shapes both behavior and awareness, and as one considers this arrangement, it becomes clear that the principles observed within Block 11, such as repetition, separation, controlled movement, and layered spaces, are not isolated features but interconnected elements that form a cohesive system, and as this develops further, the role of interpretation becomes central, where understanding the building involves recognizing how these elements work together to create a unified environment, allowing for a deeper comprehension of its function and meaning, and as we consider the sensory aspects of this stage, it becomes evident that the environment's consistency and structure contribute to a lasting impression, where the repetition of spatial patterns and the continuity of design create a framework that can be understood and remembered over time, and this lasting impression reinforces the building's identity as a structured and controlled space, and as this develops, the concept of reflective understanding becomes more defined, where the examination of Block 11 leads to broader insights about how systems are formed and maintained, highlighting the importance of structure in shaping experience, and as one reflects on the broader implications, it becomes evident that the study of this building provides a perspective on how environments can be organized to achieve specific functions, demonstrating the relationship between design and operation, and as this develops further, the connection between structure and awareness becomes increasingly clear, where the way a space is arranged influences how it is perceived and understood, creating a link between physical form and interpretive meaning, and as we consider the process of adaptation, it becomes clear that individuals interacting with such environments develop an understanding through observation and repetition, using patterns to interpret the system and navigate its structure, and this adaptation reflects the broader principles of how humans engage with organized spaces, and as we consider the long-term significance of this reflection, it becomes clear that Block 11 serves as an example of how structured environments can shape both experience and understanding, providing insight into the relationship between space and perception, and thus the final reflection reveals how the integration of design, process, and awareness creates a system that is both functional and interpretable, reinforcing the importance of structure in defining environments and shaping the way they are experienced and understood. As we reach the end of this exploration, it becomes clear that Block 11 was not simply a building within Auschwitz I, but a carefully structured environment where space, movement, and control were brought together into a single, continuous system. Through its corridors, cells, courtyard, and layered design, we begin to understand how structure itself can shape experience, how repetition creates awareness, how boundaries define perception, and how environments are not only built but operated through consistent patterns over time. And as we reflect on this, it becomes evident that studying such spaces is not only about understanding what existed but how it functioned, how it was organized, and how it influenced those within it. These insights remind us that history is often found not just in events, but in the systems and structures that shape them. If you found this documentary meaningful and want to continue exploring deeply researched historical content like this, make sure to subscribe to the channel.